crap, we're getting buffering again. I can try blinking. It's been an issue since last week. Let's see. Check in chat. Anyone else having buffering? Pi Day is coming along all right over here. Stream's fine so far? Okay. Watch chat real quick and make sure the delay is fine. Thank you, JT, for confirming. Let's go ahead and get this thing started. Yeah, if things get bad, we can always relaunch the stream. Oh, this was me testing. Beginning. Stopped after you refreshed. Okay, thank you, Goomba, for checking. I appreciate it. All right, let's do this thing. If you're not in the subscriber forum, you can see a link to it below the stream or in Discord. I am changing up the schedule a little bit the next few weeks. I'm really excited for the upcoming release of Bravely Second, which is the sequel to Bravely Default, the game I'm going to be playing today. And I really want to beat Bravely Default before Bravely Second comes out, so I'm finding as much room in the schedule as I can for it. We'll do some bonus streaming maybe tonight. My wife Andrea is going to be busy with a science collaboration meeting she's working on. And into, I think, April 15th is the release date of Bravely Second. I'll try to knock this one out. This game has, maybe by volume of the number of people voting for it and putting lots of votes into it, might be the most popular request so far. I think it's something like 19 viewers have voted for it. As a winning game, that's quite high. Hey, Logan. Thank you for the host. I appreciate that. I have played this game before. I really, really like this game a lot. I think it's a fair spiritual successor to Final Fantasy now that Sakaguchi is no longer involved, even without having Uematsu as the composer. So let's do this. If they're significant, like, for example, for this one I'll probably try to get all of the jobs because I like collecting the jobs, and they usually don't take a ton of extra work. But if it's like go get a sword, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm probably going to play on normal. I think this game lets you drop the difficulty if you want, so you can always do that later if time is an issue, but grinding isn't really necessary in this game, and if you really want to grind, they make it really easy on you to do.
Oh, hello. I see fire in those eyes.
Yeah, I did Conquest.
How do I put it? They've a strong sense of duty. Like whatever you start, you'll always see through, no matter what. If you'll permit me, there's something I'd very much like to show you. But first, I just need to hear it from you. Say that you'll stay till the very end.
I'll stay to the end,
With that
fairy
done,
lady.
Let's get you on your way.
This game is called, technically, Bravely Default Where the Fairy Flies, which is pretty weird. I think I'm going to skip this. I don't know if I have the AR marker available. Yeah, there's my, Can I just hit skip? That's cool. I get to see the apartment. There's Ben. Hey, Ben. How you doing, buddy? If I had the AR marker, I'd set it on the table, and you could do, there's this little 3D thing where the fairy talks to you. It's kind of cool, but we'll skip it. Cool, thanks for popping in, Logan. Yeah, I hear you, Kami.
A greater darkness.
Yeah, this game's pretty awesome, Goomba. I'm excited. Something must be done.
I am Agnes Oblige, servant and vestal to the Crystal of Wind.
Are you gonna play Conquest eventually, JT?
To all life.
Hey, so we've got crystals back.
Vestal's rights, their
We haven't had a Final Fantasy that's about crystals since 5. That was Sakaguchi had it anyway. With the whole, like, traditional, there's 4 elemental crystals and they affect the world.
What the world? Please! Protect the Vestal, hurry!
There, Logan. Thanks for the host. See ya.
The darkness overflows!
A fine sea breeze. Foretelling its death is a hoax in poor taste.
I think I never saw these cutscenes when I played it the first time.
I'm Ringabel, or so they call me. I've no memory, you see. A bit cruel, eh? Still, humor's welcome when you haven't a clue to your past. None save this book. But its pages hold no history, only the future. And more importantly, a woman. We've yet to meet, and I'm in love. My angel of fate. Could she be nearby?
This game is pretty spoiler prone, so I'm gonna rely on mods who played it before, and I'll also be keeping an eye on chat to keep everybody in the dark.
Master Kami Izumi, please do me this honor.
It's very
One
well
final
done, though.
test of skill. My name is Adia Lee, daughter of the Templar. I take pride in that fact, in my blood. Yet, my father.
You've a long road ahead. Make for Kaldisla. The Vestal of Wind has been sighted there. For your father, and for your country, you must apprehend her at all cost. Adia, wear the citrus side.
This is your finest blade. Ise no Kami.
Yeah, Ringabel's pretty great to watch too.
Keeps you safe.
So I'm pretty sure I like
Father,
accidentally skipped all these cutscenes the first time I played this game, so they're not really necessary for you to know what's going on. You know, there's airships. There's this guy Ringabel with a weird journal thing that's got a D on it, and there's Agnes, who saw this crystal get shattered. It was kind of shitty, or get, I guess, shadowified. I guess not shattered. And there's this guy.
I'm Tiz Oriel. Watch you don't fall! And that's my brother Till. We're shepherds in the sleepy village of Norende.
Ah,
This is how
Tiz.
things had always been, and how they'd be forever after. That's what I'd thought.
Yeah, right, Cloud Reaver? No. There's some TV Tropes article about it, right? Where the less armor you're wearing, the better the AC. Hey, Ludifex, how you doing?
I'm not losing you ever! Now hurry and give me your hand!
Of course. I've used about 70% of the soundtrack in my Dungeons & Dragons campaign. When we bring it back on Twitch, you'll probably hear quite a bit of it. On the Precipice of Despair. We're talking about Tiz literally being on a precipice there. So here's what the actual game style looks like. No, I played this once, but played it pretty hardcore when it first came out. I'm trying to be vigilant about spoilers because we have a lot of viewers that I've been hyping this game up for that haven't actually played it, so I'd like them to get the experience.
I serve as captain of the Kaldislan Guard. My name is Owen. Can you tell me yours?
And it's almost fully voice acted, which is nice.
You were found unconscious in the ravine near Norende. I take it that was your home? Norende? I must ask you to stay calm. Your village is gone.
That's a
A
bummer.
red chasm opened in the earth, and all of Norende was swallowed up in darkness. You were spared, but the others... Pray, do not think on it now. You need your rest. There will be time for mourning later.
Yeah, right? You got it, Propagable.
Little fella's back with us then?
Aye, and all alone in the world. And past that solitude, what? Guilt at surviving? Pitiable lad. The king will be expecting my report. Keep watch on him a while, father.
I'll say this many times, you're going to hear me repeat a lot of things about this game, but Bravely Default is the best Final Fantasy game since Final Fantasy X, I would say. There's one part, maybe 85% of the way through, that I think everybody's not too happy with, but it's fine. We'll talk about it when we get there. It's a very, very strong game. I believe that technically it's a spiritual successor to these games for the Wii. Was it the there's this like, it's kind of like an indie store on the Wii. It was called like the Four Warriors of Light. Someone can correct me on this. Okay, gotta check all the chests. Gotta find stuff. I like how the maps are like almost like pre-rendered. Well, they are pre-rendered backgrounds, but they've managed to still have a 3D effect about them, so they bring that back too, which is really nice. That's strong praise, Goombo. Yeah, the mechanics of that ending part are kind of shitty, but Four Heroes of Light. Gotcha. Oh, it was a DS game, sure. Yeah, it's got this like kind of pre-rendered background style. The maps almost look watercolored. It's really pretty. How are you feeling? Guy with the red hat is the save guy. Don't think I could do friend stuff. I probably have a bunch of friends because I have like 100 people on my friends list from playing Smash Brothers. Inevitably, I have some people that have Bravely Default. When I played this the first time, I knew like 2 people who had Bravely Default, so I was able to use their friend data to help with the game. Echelot. Jiv, I think 12 is a good game, but it feels very different. It feels very pivoted, you know? Like it's a tactics game. It's Final Fantasy Tactics, the single player MMO, which is great. But it almost feels like it could have been a spin-off from the main series. I didn't think it was bad. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I think I would have liked it better if they wouldn't have had Vaughn and Pinello in the game and actually just went ahead and made it about the main character Bosch and Ash. The main character is basically a camera. He's just there to see what everybody else is doing. The save point hat dude was in that one. Gotcha. So we have to buy spells, which takes us back to like Final Fantasy 1. It's also in 5. I think this one's probably closest to 5 in the way it plays. It's really nice and polished. Yeah, I can hear that, Yukipo. Lots of good gear, but we're not going to worry about it for the moment. Mind your behavior. Yeah, so this is definitely 3D, but right, it's textured to look like 2D. It looks really nice. Kingdom's under attack from the Knights of the Eternian Sky. What's up, Owen? Focus on resting. Don't think I ever played the demo. No, I can check.
Ah, the Norende boy. 'Tis, was it?
I found out about this game a couple months after it came out, so I didn't play it on launch.
Deepest regrets for your loss. I cannot ease your pain, but time may. Stay and rest all you need.
Your Highness is so very kind.
Yeah, I like tilt shifts as well.
My plan is to leave for the village straight away.
Admirable lad, but danger hounds the road to
Nice
Norende.
summon, Dartonis.
That gaping
I ended up
maw
going
has
for a
drawn
mass,
beasts of
like
all
major party
stripe
heal,
to
I
it.
think, for my summon.
There may be
Not a lot of people would do
all
that.
the more reason I must go. Someone out there may be waiting for help.
Very well, though it shames me to send you off alone.
The way this game does
I lend a
the
portion of my guard,
Street Pass
but
/
these
multiplayer
cursed
component
knights of the Eternian
is
sky are
exceedingly
riddling
clever,
my kingdom with
and
cannonballs.
it fits into the story much later in a way that's also exceedingly clever. So again, we're gonna be careful not to talk about any spoilers, but
I'll manage on my own.
it's neat.
Thank
It
you,
doesn't
Your
feel
Highness.
tacked on. I think it's as neat as the way Dark Souls does it. It's not exactly the same, but it's you know, it's not direct co-op, but you are definitely benefiting directly from your friends over the internet and people that you Street Pass with. This thing has triggered about 2 PAX conventions worth of Street Passes since I probably played Bravely Default last, and I don't know whether those Street Passes sit in like a queue for a new game, since I didn't start this file till today, obviously, but I suppose we'll find out. Re-raise, that's a pretty good summon, Goomba. I don't think so, Yukupo. I mean, if you have at least one friend on the 3DS that owns the game, I think that will enhance your experience. But it's strictly an enhancement. We'll talk about the couple scenes I'm thinking about later on. I would say that in some ways Street Pass can harm the game, and I will probably take advantage of that if I do have Street Pass built up. Jobs and abilities. Everyone begins as a freelancer, but as the story unfolds, you'll acquire powerful new jobs. Practice them through combat, and your job level will rise. Each job has special abilities. You learn a new one with every job level you gain. And you do these little tutorial quests that give you items and stuff. It's kind of cool. Hey, D-Rock, how you been? Yeah, I never did the demo, so I don't have any gear. I don't think I have the items either. No. Anyway, as I was saying, doing Street Pass too much can get you some really like bonkers powerful gear, which can trivialize parts of the game. I'm gonna try to get into a battle out here. World map theme's really cool. Battle theme is pretty bumpin'. No, I played this one before, D-Rock. Yes. Yeah, Dartonus, I don't think I actually Street Passed with anybody when I played it. All of my interactions with were friends over the internet, so as long as you've got some friends on your list, that should be good enough. Don't think they've taught us about braving and defaulting yet, so I can't yet, but it's pretty sweet when you get it. It's a really nice... This game, in addition to being a really cool like successor to the Final Fantasy series, is also cool because it, I feel like it really innovates on the JRPG formula in perhaps the most significant way in maybe 10 years. Like, a lot of JRPGs are content with, let's just do Dragon Quest again. It's going to be the same game, all the mechanics are going to work the way you expect them to. And Final Fantasy's always been pretty good about doing that. You've got like 8 with its funky draw system, 7 with its funky materia system, 9 where abilities are linked to equipment, but I think that the basic mechanic we're going to learn here of braving and defaulting is pretty critical. Default to store up power, brave to unleash it on your foes. By declining to act during a turn, you can store up BP, which allows you to carry over that action onto a later turn. Defaulting is like defending, so it's a cool way to make defending relevant. But most of the time, what you're going to use brave and default is for braving. So you can use turns you've banked to take actions in advance. So it's like taking a loan on your future turns. And what's cool about it is if you have one of these like dumb fights with a couple goblins that you know you're going to kill in one turn, if you could, you can take the risk of just using brave a whole bunch of times and wiping everybody out. But it puts you at a significant disadvantage if you do that, because now you're going to have to wait 2 turns before you get to act again. Yeah, I can't do anything this turn, so they're going to hit me a bunch. But if I were very strong, I would potentially be able to take them all out by doing that. And select default. Yeah, there's a lot of cool design space around braving and defaulting. It sounds like they did some interesting stuff with it in Bravely Second, so that it right now it feels like once you're really strong that you should just always brave, like quadruple brave in every fight, so you attack 4 times, because you're just gonna win, you know? Oh, I didn't know it caused a delay, Dartonus. Well, good on the delay for me, at least, because then I'll have time to finish this one before Bravely Second comes out. Yeah, so I can do 4 Braves here. And hopefully kill him. Yeah, so he dies before he even gets to act. I get XP. And you get some bonuses, like I won in a single turn. So I get some XP bonus for that, and I was unscathed, I didn't take any damage. So they definitely give you an incentive to use that system. Now, my #1 favorite thing that they've done with this... Actually, I might not be able to access it yet. No, I totally can. Battle... Let's turn this up. I'll turn my message speed on fast. You can set the encounter rate, whatever you want it to be. You can turn it off if you want to. If you're just in a dungeon, you're like, man, I don't want to deal with this shit. You can shut it off and just find everything and then turn it back on when you need XP. Or if you want to grind, you can double it. And that's not like an item you have to find 60% of the way through the game, Final Fantasy VI. It's something you just have in the menu at the very beginning. Very, very useful. If you want to artificially, well, I guess, directly in-game increase the difficulty, you can halt the accrual of XP. So people have always done cool challenge runs in Final Fantasy, like, you know, No Sphere Grid in Final Fantasy X, where you can you try to beat the game with as few resources as possible, but sometimes you have to do some shenanigans to make that happen. Like in FF6, you have to go out of your way to run from every battle. In this one, you still get into every battle, and you still have to fight them, but you just don't gain any XP if that's how you choose to play it. Big fan of that. I mean, you think about it, like, I'm so glad to hear that that's still in Bravely Second Mega Man. It's pretty important, I think. So I Brave ×4 there, and I'm taking the penalty for it and getting hit a bunch of times in a row there. But the whole ability to set your encounter settings like that is just raw convenience. That's all it really represents. Like, you notice how quickly battle progresses. And that's not even with some of the speed up settings that I'll be able to use a little bit later. You know, once you finish it, you get, you know, the battle starts, you fight immediately. At the end of the battle, it plays a short victory animation, but if you're spamming the confirm button, it closes out really quickly. So there's very little interruption to the game part of the game. Oh, that's pretty cool, Dartonus. Yeah, what I'll typically do is I'll go into a dungeon, I'll turn off the encounters just in the interest of time. I'll find all the chests and shit, and then I'll turn it back on and walk through it normally. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Yukipo. Sometimes you're just like, I just want to find all the chests, and I am getting frustrated every time I get into a battle. I think that probably a more elegant solution is the Chrono Trigger solution, where the enemies just are on the map and you can choose whether to interact with them or not, and most of them are avoidable. But, you know, if you're going to have a game that's going to use random encounters, I think this is a good way to grow that. Yeah, I can hear that. Yeah, I'm waiting to do that until they officially teach us Mega Man. Lots of just really nice capitulations to convenience. Like, for example, I can hold down the A button rather than having to mash the A button to confirm all of my attacks. It seems like, okay, who cares? Not that big of a deal. But it's so nice. And you see, playing on normal here, we probably don't want to brave 4 times on those guys. We're not quite strong enough to be able to take them out. Probably end up using a potion. When I played this, my first playthrough was on hard, and I had quite a bit of fun playing it on hard. I'm going to be playing on normal. Might downgrade to easy just in the interest of time. It's going to depend on whether we game over at all. I actually don't remember what the death penalty in this game, but I don't recall it being particularly brutal. And I'm totally cool with getting into battles right now, because I need the XP, right? So, and it's more or less a straight path forward. Yeah, there's even an auto battle button, which is pretty nice. Does exactly what you think it would do. Just going back to your last save. Does it save anything, though? Yeah, the speed of the battles is nice, and I don't even have the fast forward turned on, Chaos. You can even do that if you're feeling particularly crazy. The job system in this is really tight too. I feel like they give you... One of my complaints with like Final Fantasy V and Final Fantasy Tactics is that there's so many cool jobs, and the jobs all have really cool little sub-abilities, but you can only pick one of them, so 99 times out of 100 you're not going to get to experience those cool abilities. They're just not going to be interesting enough. But this one lets you customize that a little bit. You know, individual abilities you equip cost points based on how strong they are, and you can probably mix and match a few of them as you play through the game. Give me a hourglass. This is hope. It's from those who care about you. Bravely Second. Break from turn-based combat conventions and act at any time. Launching commands or while the battle's raging, it doesn't matter. Just hit start and it's your turn at any time. Stop time for anyone but you. That's the power of Bravely Second. Action performed. Consume SP. So this is kind of like the freemium mechanic. I don't think you can actually buy time on it, but it's something that it requires like real-life time in order for you to regenerate SP. I never actually used this in the main game, but it will basically let you interrupt combat and take a full turn with all your characters, even in the middle of like an enemy's turn. So if a character dies, you can press start, resurrect them with a Phoenix down or whatever, do some damage, and then Bravely Second will end. And you can only do it, say, once per day. So I might end up using this for stream purposes if we're like about to die in a battle and I don't want to game over and try it again. But it's definitely not required for any fight. Like I said, I don't think I ever used it in my playthrough. Yeah, the mechanics of this game, outstanding. Not to mention that the story is really cool. And it's got sweet music. It hits all the right notes for me.
Can you hear my prayers? Wherever you are, whoever you are. Can you see the wound torn open before me?
This was Tiz's town.
Let the walls of the world collapse no further.
Hey, Hercules, how you feeling?
Let me be strong enough to stem this flood.
We're going to be playing Bravely Second today. The schedule is until 6 o'clock Pacific, so for 3.5 hours. My wife Andrea, though, is extra busy this week. She's got a collaboration meeting, so she's going out to a lot of fancy dinners and stuff with coworkers. I might just go late by a couple hours. I like to plug as many hours into Bravely Default as possible. We want to at least get to the big plot twist before Bravely Second comes out, preferably actually beat the game. And I think that that's doable with the time that we have.
Did anyone else survive? Surely at least a few others. I need information. Anything. My parents were there. My friends. Everyone. Just living their normal, boring lives.
Sleep mode for 1 SP. So SP doesn't generate when the 3DS is open.
Not without a search.
You alone survived.
I think Agnes is like the queen of the squall ellipsis in this game. But she actually vocalizes the ellipsis. She doesn't just, you know, maybe if they had voice acted Final Fantasy VIII, he would go, ugh. Whenever he pauses like that. Ah, okay.
I found you! You've been found!
So you might want to start paying attention to the like costumes of some of these characters. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy jobs.
Seven wolves that wasted the last week sniffing at dead ends. Now stop yapping and go fetch.
I know, woman! And I take no orders from you! No orders!
Yeah, Goomba has the EU version. So it's actually been playing the full game.
The Sky Knights. I thought I'd covered my trail. Go, now. It's me they want.
What? Why?
I'll not involve an innocent bystander.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the voice work overall. I don't think there's anyone that's like bad. This is madness.
This way.
Goomba, is the soundtrack of Bravely Second good? I'm really worried. I mean, I was already worried about Bravely Default because it's not Uematsu, right? Or Sakamoto, but Revo is pretty awesome. Hard at work indeed. But I hear that Revo's not in Bravely Second, right? I think we're past the point where people think it's acceptable for just modern games to have shitty voice acting. Because I can't think of any modern last 5 years examples of AAA titles like this one having shitty voice acting. Oh, it's a little divisive. Interesting.
Taking covers for the weak. Stand your ground. There are only two tactics a real warrior needs: frontal assault and death by frontal assault.
Listen to yourself in a froth over a little girl.
Yeah, I think that's inescapable, propagable.
Now,
I like it in spite of that.
man enough to go down there and get her?
Yeah, for real chaos.
Yes, ma'am. Leave.
Good boy. Bring her back, and I may just reward you. But be quick about it. I'm opening fire as soon as I forget about you. And I have a short memory for dawdlers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good praise. I'm less worried about it then.
This boy has nothing to do with me. Let him go.
They don't seem like the type to listen.
Yeah, it's a pretty good as far as balancing, you know, fidelity to the older Final Fantasy job appearances and doing things new. Everybody, quadruple brave. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, I think you guys will like the asterisk boss battle theme. It's pretty cool. One of my all-time video game music, like all-time favorite video game music songs is from this game. It's Wicked Flight, but we're not going to hear it until the very end of the game, so. Oh, is the sound of the game a little low? Okay, I'll turn it up. Let me know if I'm still audible over it. I definitely want the game sound to be as audible as possible. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, right, Dartunas. The music in this section is actually, I think by design, a little bit quieter than the rest of the gameplay. Let me double check and make sure that's not like a setting in here. Yeah. That matters. Keep that at 8. 9 is probably fine. Yeah, I agree, Goomba.
Yes! Body clashing against body, muscle against muscle. This is real combat. Oh, my heart, woman, how it races!
Yes, lovely. Though I'll grant the boy does handle himself well. I'm less bored than I was a moment ago. Whereas you lot are a massive disappointment. Honestly, are there no men here capable of a satisfying performance?
Thanks, Twitch Alerts. I forgot that it was going to do that. Twitch Alerts did this program over the last 3 months. So before January, Twitch Alerts actually charged you a percentage of each donation received, and then they did some kind of deal. I don't know if they're like doing data collection or something, but they made it free. So to make up for the time that they were charging, they said, hey, if any donations made between January 1st and I think March 10th or something like that, we will pay you a bonus on to make up for the charges that we made before. So that $7 and something is a percentage of all the donations people have made since March. So thanks to everybody. That's kind of cool that Twitch Alerts did it as a pop-up on the screen, but it makes sense. This is the very beginning of the game, Zero. Yeah, there's a few of those. Goomba. Take him out before. Alright, GG Anyas. I have played this game before, but this is, you've caught right at the beginning of this playthrough. Hey Johan, how you doing? Bravely Default's gonna get some significant featuring in the weekly schedule. If you check below the stream, I've got it posted until we beat it. I'm trying to rush through and finish it in time for Bravely Second. That's the plan. Yep. So if you're in chat and you're new to the stream, hey, I'm Marstead. I'm trying to beat every awesome game ever made live on Twitch. Monday through Friday, we're playing rad games like Zelda, Final Fantasy, Bravely Default, Dark Souls, Dead Space, Pillars of Eternity, Shenmue. If it's sweet, we're gonna play it and beat it. Thank you, Chaos. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's Anya's. I'll distribute your sphere points after the stream today. Thank you very much. Hey, and that hits it brings us very close to the goal. Seems likely we'll be able to do at least the 4-hour stream in April with the bonus.
Yes, sir.
Ogre Battle will be back, Narcool. I need to find time in the schedule to fit it. It'll probably be after my wife and I move to New Mexico. So I would expect maybe mid-April, unless if I can get a Saturday morning stream, it might be early April. But I've got a timing concern here. I want to try to beat Bravely Default before Bravely Second comes out on April 15th. Yeah, I really enjoyed Ogre Battle 64. I was having some fun with it. So anyway, you can go to games.marstead.com if you want to see the titles we've been working through so far. There's a list of YouTube links to the games we've already beaten, currently in progress. We're just here for Bravely Default. It'll be 2 or 3 times a week until we finish it. And then we're going to do Bravely Second as a midnight release. Bravely Second isn't in stores in the US yet, at least not till April 15th. It is in EU, so it'll be the NA launch. Yeah, we don't have it out here yet. I've heard pretty much nothing but good things about it, so I'm excited to play it. That gives me a time limit of about 30 days, less the time that I'm going to be out of town, as my wife and I moved to New Mexico in a couple weeks here. Or next week.
Weak and flabby. I'll go myself. I must.
Do you have a Wii or a Wii U, Narcool?
How it longs to smack things.
Like our airship?
Your broken one.
You can steer this boat, you dumb ox.
Holly White, must you dash all of my dreams?
Oh, that anime tendency to awkwardly mention the full name of a character.
Me? Go crawling down in the dirt like a filthy henchman? In these white robes?
That's really tough from a storytelling perspective. How do you tell everyone what the names of your characters are? People do it differently. There's the really, really gunky one. Oh, look! That's Jaime Lannister, the Queen's brother, you know. If you have the regular Wii, it's on the Virtual Console, Narcool. That's where I've been playing it, actually. I think it's like $6. Party chat. When you see this, it means the party has something to talk about. Press the Y button to listen in. So we have right now a common destination. They left. Lucky us, I suppose. Ugh. So I'm gonna read every time they do an ellipsis. You alright? Are you hurt? They were clearly after me. Why didn't you run? Didn't cross my mind. I was a little distracted. More importantly, are you hurt? Yoshitaka Amano didn't do the art for this game, right? The characters look very much in that style. The whole, like, noseless. Or, rather, let me just make it pointed. Who is the artist for Bravely Default? That's pretty strong, Goomba.
I still haven't gotten your name, miss. Mine's Tiz Orier.
Agnes.
Agnes Oblige.
And I'm Aerie. It's a pleasure.
What's up, Aerie?
Look, a miniature monster.
Rude! I am not a miniature monster. I am a Christberry.
Ah, gotcha. No, I hear you. I've got a couple of friends now that are in that stage of their life, and making it quite a bit harder to be in that gaming mode. My wife and I, we'll have to consider how it's going to impact streaming. We're thinking about having a kid after we settle down, if we end up settling down in New Mexico. But the plan would be for me to be a stay-at-home dad, so maybe after the first couple years where it's less of a wailing, crying, shitting machine, I can maybe balance the homemaker thing with continuing to stream.
Vestal of Wind?
We'll make it work.
Priestess, bride, and servant to the crystals. A weave
Yeah, right, Ludifex.
stirs their eternal flow. The Vestal's right purify the crystals, warding
Agnes is a little stuck up, Zero, but I think that's her character.
The crystals reveal the way to the Vestals, and the Vestals pass that on to the people. They guide the world.
Yeah, I can imagine. I know some people that their time to play video games is after everybody else is in bed, and they get up and stay up for a couple hours and lose sleep for it. You pay a sleep debt in order to play your games, right?
Past, perhaps. But now the crystals go forgotten, and the Vestals with them.
And what purpose should bring a Vestal here?
Crystal Chronicles design is a fair comparison, Chaos. The kind of
chasm.
oversized heads.
A week prior, at the same time, the ground parted here. The Crystal of Wind was consumed by an unnatural darkness. The crystals are the source of all life and all energy in the world. Our lands, our seas, and all that inhabit them exist through the crystal's bounty.
I think Ares' voice serves its purpose.
But a foul corruption has overtaken
No,
them.
it's all packed up,
wind
D-Rock.
lies still, and
The
ocean
movers are coming this weekend, so I've been going through and had a pretty intense cleaning weekend. Alright, so we've learned that the crystals in this universe are comparable to crystals in some of the earlier Final Fantasy titles. If bad shit happens with crystals, it affects the actual world, too. So, water crystals busted. The oceans are rotted, whatever that means. Acidic, toxic to fish or something?
I had to see the chasm for myself.
They do have feet. They're not like little pointy goat feet. Like, shit, Rob Liefeld, the comic book artist who's really bad at drawing feet, so he'd always try to hide it with text bubbles and the like.
I do not know, but I do know how to unmake it and stop the coming dark. I must hurry back to Ansheim.
Ansheim.
Let's go.
Yeah. This is like the spiritual successor to Final Fantasy V in a lot of ways. The story is quite a bit more intense. It's intense in the way that like Lost Odyssey is, if you've played that one before. They brought on like a novelist to help write this game, didn't they? This isn't the place to go charging on alone. The crags are dark even by day. It's always been a nest for monsters. Ari, are you certain this boy is the Miracle Bringer? Absolutely. Right time, right place. He's your miracle man. I'd bet my wings on it. Saved your life, didn't he? Just like my prediction said he would. Call that pretty darn miraculous. Just tis is fine. So you my prayer reached? I was just kind of hanging out, but... There's no miracle. There's nothing miraculous about it. Also, and this is a mild thing to be excited about, but there's every single button that you press progresses text. I think this is, like Earthbound, which is the first game I can think of that really did this. You can play this entire game left-handed, because you can use the left trigger to activate all your Braves, and then you can just use right on the D-pad is confirm, and left on the D-pad is cancel. So this was really, really great. I remember I was playing this while I still had my old job, and a lot of my job would sometimes involve just like reading through documents with the mouse, so I'd be moving with the mouse and playing Bravely Default and grinding for XP. It's pretty awesome. Just a bunch of little nice to have convenience mechanics in Bravely Default, the kind of things that would be overlooked if it didn't have them.
Do you mean to say you'll repair that giant hole?
Yeah, I could hear you, Broken One, absolutely.
I will do what only I am able. Purify the crystals and release them from the darkness. Once this blight has been purged from all 4 of the world's crystals, order will be restored.
I like when games have a collect the crystals mechanic that they just out and out tell you about it right away. You know, Dark Souls does it with, it's not collect the crystals, but kill the 4 kind of gods. Ish. But it doesn't happen until like 60% of the way through the game.
Vestals have been pouring their prayers into the crystals for generations. Agnes is going to
Gotta go to the fire temple, kill the chaos bed lady.
The flood of light that comes out of them should be more than enough to wipe that big hole off the map.
I can't even imagine.
I did, yeah. I have a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that I've played on Twitch before, but I put lots and lots, like maybe a couple hundred hours of effort into adventures. So I want to make sure that I'm at like the 50 average concurrent viewers level for about a month before I attempt it again. But if you want to watch some of my old D&D sessions, they're on YouTube. I use video game sprites and video game music. I use a lot of Bravely Default music. It's one of my favorite soundtracks.
I lived the same routine all my life, and that was just stolen from me in an instant. I'll not allow anyone else to suffer the same.
We'll see how it goes, Serp.
Anything you need.
Agnes is like the important. It's sort of like Tidus. Tiz is like Tidus-ish, and Agnes is like Yuna. Yuna is really the main character of Final Fantasy X, right? Like, Tidus is kind of a camera in the same way that Vaughn is. He's just a little bit more important in the main plot than Vaughn in 12. Chrono Cross has a really strong soundtrack. I have a... Hopefully no one will remember me saying this because it would give away the solution, but I have a music puzzle in my D&D game that I haven't been able to demo yet that's built around the Life Faraway Promise theme from the Lavos Core fight. So whenever we get to D&D in 6 months, don't give that away in chat when I have people doing the puzzle.
I cannot accept. This burden is mine alone, and alone is how I'll see it done.
Alright, Agnes.
I shall see you back to the city, and there our paths will part. You are not meant to carry this load.
Carry the load. Yeah, thank you, Goomba. I think that's a good way to put it. Tiz and Agnes are both the main character. I can hear you, Spiky. You're not missing out on as much for Chrono Cross. It's a weird game. I truly appreciate your desire to help, but do you intend to just leave your village? I'm not going to do the sound effect every time the ellipsis. There's too many of them. Awkward pause counter and make it exclamation point ... It would get out of control like IC in Shenmue though. I'll rebuild it. I will. You don't have to tell me I'm the only one who can. Surely it's best you stayed, but Norendi will never be whole again until that chasm is gone. So she knows how to fix the chasm. Narcool, I think that the biggest like thumbs down in Chrono Cross's like category is the fact that it's called Chrono Cross. If they had called it anything else, I think a lot of people would like it a lot more. It's a really good game. I think that it's at its weakest when it's trying to shoehorn in a tie-in to Chrono Trigger, because it feels like the story was developed independent from Chrono Trigger, and then they brought Chrono Trigger on top of it after the fact. And that's when it feels weak, but every other point in the game, like the combat is really good, the music's really good, it's got some really pretty environments. The story is awesome, like the plot twist, the main event at the disc swap, or near the disc swap, you know what I'm talking about. That will stick in my memory forever, because it blew my mind when it happened. I haven't played a game that had done something like that before. That sounds pretty cool, Chaos. Hunt for hidden items. Save on the world map. There's money in the inn that I didn't find yet. View battle controls. Here. Take a look at that stuff later.
What's that pendant you wear?
Yeah, I'm okay with the characters. I guess another issue with Chrono Cross is that there's so many characters, and that would be fine, because like Final Fantasy VI has a ton of characters, but they don't really synergize like you can only have 3 in your party, and there's not a lot of reason to use more than just 3, you know?
This
But I really like the magic system in that game.
special.
Combat was
Something
pretty
about a
challenging.
charm.
A lucky charm? That's charming.
Oh, that's charming.
That sounded daft.
Next bad pun.
It suits you.
Alright. This miraculous accessory lets you communicate with other players. And like any true Final Fantasy game, of course, you get a pendant. Pendant takes different forms. In 7, it's the white materia that Aeris has. Register other players you like to play with as friends. You can summon friends to aid you in battle. Register as friends using your 3DS systems, then Street Pass and you're all set. Or visit the adventure. So I like that they let you, like, yeah, you can Street Pass people, but you can also meet people online. It's very, very convenient. So if you're like me and you don't leave the house, or you don't cross paths with anybody who has a 3DS, or you don't live on, like, in Japan and take the train every day and Street Pass with 100 people, there's a way to experience the game at a distance. So I get to pick an attack to send, basically. I think this is...
Ding, 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 ding.
Nice, Heat10. Beautifully timed. Yeah, if you recognize the sound effect that we use to mean, hey, Mars said you missed something, is from Chrono Trigger when you get Marley's pendant, or it's when you interact with something with the Mammon machine icon on it that you use the pendant to open. Alright, let's look at friends. Oh, have I not registered any right now? Maybe this will come up later. Maybe it's that they don't give me a chance to mess around with it until I can do the ability link thing. I'll come back to it. Didn't see the king? Perhaps he knows a way to cross the sea. I sure am, Aerie. Yeah, this game is so pretty. I enjoy it. Save here. I think I did. Oh wait, I think we might have to do this. Register via internet. Yeah, thanks, Mega Man. I just recalled when going to the save guy. Oh, friends. Yeah, so I pretty much played with Pat, Matt, and Philip, who you might know. Pat is Hapax, who we played Final Fantasy XIV with, as is Matt. Matt's Stupido and Philip is Flarewing. So I had their profiles when I was playing the game. This is D-Rock, I believe, right? And I don't know if I recognize anybody else's names. So, like, if I were to summon Flarewing or D-Rock, it would be OP. I would, like, one-shot the enemy. In most cases, playing on normal. So there's an optional difficulty you can go through, or there's these optional bosses, super bosses you can fight that are part of the Street Pass system, which I think is a clever way to do it. Don't put it in the main game where it could trap, you know, casual players. Yeah, he even has break damage limit. Cray cray. D-Rock is like my super summon. Oh god, Narco. That's a bummer. Yeah, and I think you get... Oh, right, this is... Okay, so if you... I believe this is correct. If you don't have any friends, you can still do update data, and it will send you 3 random friends per day. So you'll still get the full experience, as long as you're able to connect to the internet with your 3DS, even if you don't have any friends who own Bravely Default. So I look at this now. Yeah, I've got a bunch of people on here. I think that battle that made me send my thing, I'm not sending out a good one anymore. Mine kind of sucks now. Welcome back, Goomba. Yeah, I like the idea of break damage limit. Keeps the combat relatively simple, but people who want to go super cray-cray about it can up it. Five random friends per update. That's pretty nice. really like this theme. Land of Beginnings, I think it's called. Oh, we might have some cash now. Oh, right, Narende. I think that's what we're about to look at. Alright, yeah. M64 Rocks is my wife, Andrea. So... Oh, this was actually... So for whatever... Andrea was playing on my game file, but she was playing on her 3DS, so it shipped it to me, and it still had my friend thing coming over, so that I guess that's the attack I was using, Pressure Point. So these are all people that I must have street passed with when I was at PAX last year, and it remembers all of them. That's it for now. That's cool that it actually remembers for the next time you play, though. I don't think we can use the people we just street passed for a second. Oh right, we wanted to buy some magic that we can't use yet, but I'm addicted to having all the magic, even the stuff that's useless. Like, when are you actually going to cast a spell like Toad on an enemy, you know? Oh, we can't have all of it, though. Alright, well, we'll come back. Can't cast it right now, anyway. Don't need to get too excited. Yeah, I really like it too, sir. This game is very pretty. It does a lot of things really well. Okami kind of does it, I think, but this is a very different way of presenting it.
What of Norende? I take it from your grim countenance, our fears were confirmed.
Yeah, right, Kumba. I know that feel. Same in any Final Fantasy lets you buy magic.
It will take time, but Norende will recover.
Well spoken, lad. I shall support the effort however I can. Take this. It will serve as a token of your new office as chairman of the restoration effort.
Ba-da-da-da.
It's an honor.
I really like the visual style, like the sprites that they design for the items and things.
Your Highness.
It's kind of got that 16-bit SNES feel to it.
From the borders of your kingdom?
They've been a curse upon us all of late, and never more than this last week. They're in a lather over this search for the Wind Vestal.
The Wind Vestal?
No clue what has them so desperate, but they've begun making bold threats. They've berthed their ships at the lake southwest of us with cannons trained on the city. I fear our own ships cannot fly as long as they've our people at gunpoint.
That sounds like a bummer.
Me, but there's little I can do.
Your Highness, I offer my humblest apology for the ordeal I have forced upon your kingdom.
You forced?
I am Agnes Obelisk.
Oh, she's gonna tell the truth. That's how she does.
You.
Agnes is actually a really similar character to Yuna, I think. Some differences.
I give you my word. I will cause you no further grief.
Will you? Yes, that would be... But wait a moment.
You need worry on the matter no further, Your Highness. Farewell.
Just kind of like quiet strength, like takes all the burden on her own shoulders, sort of a thing.
I'm coming too.
Chill out there, Tiz. A peek at Norende. Hit right on the control panel or touch the icon at the bottom screen, and then go to Norende Village. This is like the street pass town. This is using like the freemium ideal where you play the game, you set things to build in your town, and it takes a certain number of hours of real time to build things, and you can be reduced by the more friends that you pass with. So it's kind of like Farmville, but I think it plugs into the game in a way that's pretty cool, and it's totally opt-in. Like, it makes the game easier. You don't need to do it to enjoy the game. I actually kind of regret doing too much of this when I was playing it when it first came out, because I got items early on that made a lot of the fights pretty trivial, so be careful going too crazy. Nemesis are like super bosses that spread around like viruses. Like, I think that Square officially releases them to a few players, and then once you have the Nemesis, you can share it with somebody else, and it can spread that way. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight any of these guys. Mammon, Satan, Belphegor, nope, that's not happening. The village population went up because of all the people we street passed, so we're gonna pick some things to build here. I'm gonna remove the boulder. So if I put one person on it, it takes 10 hours. If I put 2 people on it, it takes 5 hours, and so on. So eventually there's diminishing returns to this. I'll try to base this on the number of hours left in the stream. So we'll try to get it down to 2.5 hours so we can see the buildings finish. That should be fine. Oh, that one only takes 15 minutes. That's cool. Let's do them both so they're both done at the same time. And you can keep assigning people. Now, you see that I still have 6 people left to assign, so I may as well throw it on these things. Get it down, maybe I can get them to the same level. I think 29 minutes might be... 39, what if I do this one? 114. Yeah, now they're going to be done at about the same time. Cool. And so it's going to build an item shop and an armor shop. And then as you upgrade those shops, you get more and more cool stuff. Me interacting with these signposts here is opening myself up to get more of these so I can get like a weapon shop once I open the path there. It's pretty cool. Gamebreak City. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, some of the nemesis, so what they would do is they're like DLC enemies sometimes because they would spread through Street Pass, like I said, like a virus. So they would look at some of the crazy OP strategies that people were using to break the game and make it trivial, and they would build bosses that would respond to that strategy and fuck your shit up. So that's kind of a cool way to approach, you know, cheesy strategies, but it's only for the optional super bosses in there. Solve the matter? Don't tell me you're thinking of storming the Eternian camp. Be ridiculous. No match for an airship. Didn't seem the type to talk this out. The party chat thing in this game kind of reminds me of the Tales games, or at least Tales of Symphonia does it.
Anya, I have a plan, a good one.
What's the plan, Ari?
Let's go.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, Narkle. Thanks for popping back, too. It's good seeing you again. Narkle popped in for Ogre Battle 64 last week.
It's true that no ships can sail upon the ocean now that it's rotted.
You can't really mean to.
Ships can't
Anya,
sail.
They'll kill you.
I'll not ask you again. Leave us. You are too eager to meddle in the
I imagine that most like crazy bonkers strategies are emergent and very difficult for the developers to control. I mean, there's something to be said for 1 million people playing your game and finding out a broken synergy than your small team of like 40 people.
Farewell.
Agnes, wait.
I'm glad to hear that they've toned it a little bit down, though.
It's a dead end.
The only one I've played in Narkle is Tales of Symphonia, which is on the voting spreadsheet, isn't it? Someone wants to share the command to vote for it.
Which way is the lake?
It seems you've need of a guide. At least let me show you the way there.
Unacceptable.
Unacceptable.
I think it's a grand idea. It could take weeks with Anya's sense of direction.
Ari, you're kind of a bitch.
Then I ask you to serve as our guide. Only as a guide.
Thank you, Chaos.
Only as far as the lake.
Yeah, if you go to that vote.marsa.com link, there's a list of commands, and one of them is Tales of Symphonia.
As a crystal, leave it to me.
Clear as a crystal. Man, Tiz is sharp. Anya says unacceptable a lot. She's like a lemon grab from Adventure Time. Abyss and Vesperia are better. Oh, cool. I'm excited to play those too. I think the plan was that people would add more Tales games to the voting spreadsheet as we beat them. I have it for the GameCube. I wouldn't play my physical copy. I'd probably say, here's my physical copy, and then play it on Dolphin, because it would look nicer on stream. Well, no, I guess I can't do HDMI through the original Wii, can I? And the Wii U doesn't play GameCube discs. I know you just said that the Tales games aren't terribly different from each other, but is there like a sell for Vesperia or Abyss? Like, do they have something that stands out that makes them different? Sure, yeah. What I really liked about Tales of Symphonia's battle system is that it felt like that if you were good enough, you could win fights that you were technically outclassed by. It's got that. Clearly, it's not like Dark Souls, but you know you can surmount anything without needing to have XP or grind for it. Yeah, no, I hear you. Going back to Ogre Battle for the Super Nintendo after playing the 64 version, very difficult to make happen. It can be pretty significant. Alright, see you, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out. Treasure, as always. Slime's a classic enemy if there ever was one. Oops. Another nice thing is that until you've actually confirmed your actions for the turn, it lets you back out with your characters. There's like a final confirmation dialogue at the end that you can click through pretty quickly. But that way, if you decide that you made a mistake, you can back out. You're not beholden to the button you just pressed. Ah, very good. Gotcha, Kevin. Just got an ability. I think he already has that equipped because he's a freelancer. It's like an Onion Knight. They call it a freelancer in some other games. I would love for them to add a freelancer Onion Knight to a game like Final Fantasy XIV. Wouldn't that be a treat? I don't know exactly how it would work. Hey, thank you for the follow. How you doing, Angel? Happy Monday to you. Hope your Monday is pleasant. Yeah, combat goes fast if you let it. I mean, you can sit and wait for it to play through, too. So we had a quest that said go find the secret item, and they just gave us some items to thank us for it. So this is kind of a cool way. Like, the tutorial quests just give you free items, but they also teach you how to play the game. So it's quite nice. You can view family information and weaknesses. Change the playback speed using left and right of the control pad. So now that they've taught us that, I'll use it next battle. Yeah, there are Onion Knight costumes. Yeah, I'm hoping to finish it, Kevin. I'm gonna put as much effort as I can. We'll fit in. Since I'm gonna be out of town next week, Andrea and I are moving to Mexico. I'm gonna take that missing time and distribute it into April. You know, since people are paying for me to stream in March, and I'm gonna be out for a week. And I'll try to use some of that extra time to wrap up Bravely Default in time for Bravely Second on the 15th. Super stoked for it, though. Talk about let's beat every awesome game. I think that this game is definitely counted high among that list. We'll see how it holds up like 10 years from now, but I talk a lot about how some games are more important than they are good. I think this game is both good and important. At least I hope to see JRPGs take lessons from it. Any modern JRPG that doesn't like reduce as much as possible the intro and outros to battle and lets you manipulate the encounter rate or have some other solution to random encounters, I'm going to be disappointed in. I feel like a lot of times games will include that sort of mechanic just because it's nostalgic, but it's irritating to the player a lot of the time.
The Vestals come to us.
I'm pretty excited, Angel. I've got a couple of viewers in Europe, particularly Goomba has already played through Bravely Second, so I'm itching hearing about it. Sounds like it's gonna be really good, though.
I don't suppose I've much choice. I'll join you.
I haven't played the demo yet. I didn't play the demo for this one either. It sounds like maybe I should boot it up. We'll see when we beat Bravely Default, maybe we can fit some time in for it.
If I don't get a proper shower soon.
How many hours is the Bravely Second demo? That's pretty strong, Goomba.
Aye, sir. To battle! White! Give us a fitting arena!
I think the third act complaint about Bravely Default is strong enough of a complaint to keep it out of my top 5 list, but it's still really, really good. We'll talk about it when we get there.
Just blue light. What's happening?
A part of the Asterisk power, boy!
Yeah.
nowhere to run.
I absolutely, Kevin.
Till I'm finished.
It gets really easy for people to tire of JRPGs, right?
I'd say we're already finished here.
A lot of games just like, oh, it's more of the same. It's another JRPG shell, but different characters.
What? I live for fighting, woman. Let me have this. My
Yeah.
heart fuse is lit. You can't unlight my heart fuse.
I think it's because there's this fundamental disconnect in the minds of players that the fun of doing battles is like it's perpendicular, it's orthogonal to the fun of exploring a dungeon and having your exploration get interrupted constantly by battle pop-ups. Similarly, when you need to grind, there is no fun in running in circles until you get into a battle, so being able to crank it up to get more fights is really nice too.
Daft or loud man, pick one. I take it you've come to surrender, girl.
Chrono Cross Resident Evil 2.
More than enough hassle already.
Nice.
I understand that.
Ah, Radiant Dawn, is that the GameCube game? The one, was that Ike? The only Fire Emblem games I played are Awakening and Conquest. I'm a noob. But we'll get to those eventually on stream. I think it'll be fun.
Soul-searing combat? No white-knuckle fisticuffs? No smashing?
Pipe down! Or will it take my boot on your throat? Now, come along, Vestal. I'll see you're well taken.
Second one on GameCube. Yeah, this song is pretty awesome. The Asterisk battle theme.
I expect we will not meet again.
Once the battle starts, I'll shut up so you can appreciate the bit.
Yes, wait! You can't go just yet. You, Sky Knight, will you promise me she won't be mistreated?
I've said it once. I plan to take care of her myself. I'll see the beatings aren't fatal.
Whoa, Holly.
Finally! Count me in.
What?
I ain't even trying to hear
All
that.
across this backwater for weeks. Surely I'm entitled to vent my frustrations. But fear not. I'll see she's brought back from the brink each time. Though I fear my magic won't keep the girl's mind intact.
Yeah, that person's name is.
Are you listening to this, Agnes? I told you before.
Tiz, I'm not.
You're my hope. I'll not hand you over to these monsters.
Ah, you. So passionate, so sincere.
You got that cool Japanese style, like description, name. Although in this case it's usually just the jobs. White mage, Holly White.
Long enough. Ferris, show these starry-eyed brats what they're up against.
Yes. Finally, the duel begins. On with the punching.
Let's do it. Cool, enjoy your dinner. Thanks for popping in, Narkle. See you next time. It's a pleasure. I think we'll just fight them. Now, this is where you have interesting choices, right? If you overbrave, you're going to open yourself up to a lot of damage incoming. I think we want to take her out first as the healer. Makes sense. And I have it on speed up right now. I'll turn it down for boss fights. We'll put it on like medium speed up. Of course she casts Protect on herself. Pretty good with the cursor memory as well. Yikes. Arrow is a white mage spell. We know that pretty well from actually, so here's another cool way that you can use the Brave system. Like, you can use it to like use a Phoenix down and then use a potion on somebody on the same turn. Or in this case, I'm going to use 2 potions in the same turn. That's awesome to me. The amount of flexibility that gives you in combat. And the problem with JRPGs is that the basic unit of action is the turn. So that's why you'll find abilities like haste that lets you act more frequently, or super powerful abilities like quick. Can be pretty broken, but this game just has that built in with braving and defaulting, where you can use it smartly. I'll have her default for a turn. Ouch. What's the Barris pun? Have Tiz defend next time it's his turn. Should certainly heal herself. We gotta do more than that when we attack. You can take advantage of braving as a way to get through heals like that. It was nice. 2 potions. Oops, didn't mean to do that, but it's not gonna screw me. There we go. Default for a bit to see what the bosses are doing. Yeah, that makes sense. Ouch. Bear Wrestler. Oh, that's cool, Dartonus. I didn't know that. Okay, we're gonna try to finish her off real quick. It might get us in trouble using all these Braves in a row, but... Brave some more next time, we'll see. Everybody does multiple hits too, as you can see. Certain classes do more hits than others. It's modified by whether you're dual wielding. She's totally gonna heal before we get to go again, so we might die here, we'll see. We're gonna be able to get back into this mission pretty quickly. Okay, good. Didn't hit Anyas. Do another round of hits on Holly, and then Anyas, we're gonna do a bunch of heals. Just 2. Cool. Back almost to full. I don't remember if she actually has MP or not. I think she looks like she might be healing herself for less each time. Out of potions now, so I gotta be a little careful. Turn confirms, kind of new, yeah. Our protect just wore off. It's too bad we couldn't get a big hit in, I didn't realize it. And pay attention on the bottom screen to see. She'll still get 2 turns ahead to do this now. We do have a high potion we can use. Advantage to not braving with heals and then doing them once each turn. Yeah, just having Anyas stay as a healer, basically. Really want to try to finish her off. We might need to approach this from a different perspective next time we attempt it and try to take out Barris rather than Holly first. We're gonna do... we only have 1 high potion, so we kind of got to go all in on finishing her off with Tiz here. Hopefully he'll punch Tiz without killing him. Or do that. Ah, shit. Yeah, alright, we're about to die. GG. Wiped out. Yeah. She has a whole lot of MP. Alright, we'll stick to Barris this time then. We might do a little bit of leveling up, we'll see. We can do it pretty quickly. Maybe get like 1 or 2 levels. Oh right, yeah, I don't think she has treat yet. He does, but she doesn't. She just has examine. Yeah, right, you don't have any mechanics yet to take care of it. So we're gonna turn the... turn the speed all the way up and do some fights here, and I'll turn the encounter rate up as well after we do a round. Right, get some money, buy some better equipment. Equipment's pretty shitty. Agreed. What else would we do? We're gonna turn the the encounter rate up. It's config battle. No game. No, difficulty. There we go. Now remember next time. Yep. It's already pretty good in this one. The fact that they even acknowledge that it exists is nice. Yeah, see how quick that battle's done, and you just keep hitting the confirm button to get out of the confirmation screen at the end. It's very quick. We'll do a few of those, and we'll go buy some armor and weapons and the like. Less shitty gear. What's different about the grinding in Bravely Second? Won't take that as a spoiler if it's talking about the mechanics of the game. Alright, she's got Treat now, so we can use that next time. Figured Tiz is my harder hitter. It's the best, Serp. It's so awesome. You can shut it off. You can just say, you know what? I want to explore this dungeon. I'm just going to turn encounters off. I love it. Every game should do it, or do a different approach to encounters entirely, like having the, what do you call it? The on-the-map battles from Chrono Trigger. Okay, let's get armor first. Get all of them a buckler. I like games that are very clear about the stat ups that they're granting you, you know? Not every game is good at doing that. Gauntlets, raise HP. Let's go for the... I'm usually a defense guy over additional HP. Alright, and then we'll get a broadsword for both of them. Should be fine. I think you can technically equip in the menu there too. That's better. Oh, but it doesn't, when you do Optimum Equip, it doesn't change their accessory at all. Okay. Oh right, yeah, the thing that incentivizes you to not use your Brave. That's really nice, because I guess one issue with Bravely Default is that once you're very strong, it's like always correct to just spam Brave in every fight, max it out. So if you're strong enough to not even need to use Brave, there's not a lot of incentive for you not to, so it's kind of cool that they offer that. And I believe that auto just does whatever you did the last battle. So you see, that battle took like maybe less than 5 seconds. Pretty great. Yeah, and you'll notice that one-turn ace and unscathed ace reflects how many consecutive battles you've gone through where you've won in a single turn and haven't taken damage, and it gives you a benefit for both of them. So I'm going to try to get each of them one more level, and we'll go stay at the end, and we'll try the boss fight again with a little bit of a different strategy this time. No? Take a look after this fight. I thought I did. Yeah. Last time you entered commands manually, which is normally fine. Yeah, they both have it. 100% encounter rate. Pretty awesome. It just goes by so fast. Actually, I should look at their experience meter next fight and see how close it actually is. I don't want to sit here forever since these guys don't give a ton of XP. I think just having upgraded gear is going to make a pretty big difference for that fight. Anya's she's close to a level up. We'll let her get to level 5 and then we'll go fight it again. Oh, that's kind of cool, Goomba. Yeah, so you can put together a crazy bonker broken combo for farming too, that relies on, you know, certain characters going first or second, using specific abilities in a certain order, and then set that to auto, and then just kind of run around and fight things really quickly. Absolutely, it's the best. It's the best. I'm not going to stop talking about how I love everything about this game and how important it is for JRPGs. Even if people end up not liking this game 20 years from now, I hope that every other game in the genre learns from this, because it's really, they're just saying, you know what, forget it. We're just going to make this game as convenient as possible for the player. And you can't see this, obviously, but all of those fights I've done completely with my left hand. Like, if I need to look at stream stats or like check and make sure that YouTube's still connected, I can do that freely with my right hand, and that's something that I don't remember games really doing since Earthbound, where you could do command, the L was confirm and select was cancel. It's really, really nice. Let's drop the encounter rate back down. We'll just put it to normal for now. I'll save real quick. Sorry. I think it's actually down here. Yeah, I gotta open up a little menu. Yeah, I like that Dartonis. It can be tough. Like I like to have characters that are distinct from one another, but I make an exception in the job system. Maybe an unfair exception. All right. Well, these guys are almost done. Let those shops finish building real quick. It says it's gonna take 1 minute, so I'll get in another battle or two, and then collapse that, and then we'll move on to the boss fight. Yeah. So like I don't as much like the Final Fantasy VIII model where all the characters are exactly the same except for their limit breaks, because that game doesn't have a job system to fall back on. I think they more quickly become carbon copies in a game. You're like, okay, well I've built this character as a white mage. Yeah, absolutely, Lashu. Yeah. Does Bravely Second kind of use the same style? Has anything really changed about the presentation? Like, for the worse? We're doing a few more battles here to try to get run out the clock on the Norende town. I guess I could throw the encounter rate up at teensy bit while we do that. Oops. Get the benefit of some more XP on the route. Mm-hmm. Innovative is the word, and it's in a genre it feels like it's difficult to be innovative in. There we go. Alright, so the armor shop is complete, and so is the trader. So we're gonna upgrade them a little bit. There's, yeah, the red mage looking dude is who sells that stuff. We're gonna change the number of people on these and try to get them. Let's see, we got about 2 hours. We want them to be both at around the 2 hour level. Put some people in these, get a brigandine. These are still pretty cheap. We get this one down to 30 minutes. Perfect. And then we'll just build this one back up. Yeah, that seems reasonable. You can kind of use a calculator to figure out what makes the most sense. It usually doesn't matter unless if you're actually going to be turning the game off, but you want as many things running at once if you can. But it's kind of cool to do the cruel calculus, figure out like, okay, I'm signing off for the night. Where should I put my people so that I have the most stuff built in the morning? Save real quick, do this boss fight. Yeah, overworld map's pretty sweet. Shit's gonna get real pretty soon. And so I'll turn down the fast forward to like stage 2 fast forward for boss fights. So we've seen this, and look at this! The game acknowledges the fact that maybe we played this game before, and just gives us a skip button, because we've already seen all this, so we don't need to spam through that conversation again. Such a mild thing to desire, and there's some complaint about it in the community. It's like, oh, well, you shouldn't let you skip the cutscenes, because the cutscenes are part of the fun, but it's one of those, like, well, I just did it, and it was 2 minutes ago, and I remember everything that was in there. I don't want to have to do it again, you know? We'll try taking out Holly this time and see how things change. I'll have her brave. So now we're doing 80 damage per set of 4 braves, so we're slightly outpacing her healing. We'll keep defaulting with Agnes, get us a bit of a budget to do some damage. I think BP maxes out at 3, is that right? Or does it go up to 4? Maxes out at 3, so defaulting after that is a waste. We'll have her attack 3. Oops, we want her to attack Holly. And we're gonna do treatment for the last move. Which is cool that you can mix them up, right? Doesn't have to be all the same action. Perfect. And we'll just kind of repeat that pattern. Yeah, getting gear, I completely forgot about that. When I played this last time, I played it on hard, and that was my only experience with the game, so I actually wasn't sure how difficult the game would be on normal. I thought it would be kind of a cakewalk. But knowing that I at least need to get some gear is good to know. I think we're going to be totally fine this time. Yeah. Yeah, right, Plaster? Nothing's worse than having a really cool cutscene that the player starts to resent after they're forced to watch it too many times, right? Let's go ahead and open with a treat on Tiz, and then attack her the rest of the time. I like the multi-hit mechanic too. It makes you feel, since most weapons and most stats will make you attack multiple times, there's less penalty to individual misses, it feels like. Hard mode in second is absurd. I won't be playing it on stream. I really enjoyed hard mode in this game. If you're playing this at home and you don't mind the additional challenge, and you don't mind a little bit of grinding, I think playing on hard is worth it. It's hard to find a really tricky JRPG that's turn-based like this, and I think that this is pretty tricky. You'll get to the point where you're so strong that you outdo the trickiness eventually, but... Nice crit. Alright. Holly's down. That's cool. Nice dodge. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Alright, so this new strategy of having her defend so that she can heal and then attack a bunch seems to be getting the job done. She's not even really taking any appreciable damage doing it this way. Yeah. I had pretty good time with hard mode in my first ever playthrough. Okay. So now we're gonna go another round of hits. We just have all of them attack local time. Using treat doesn't seem to be worth it. Later, Game Saucer. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. We'll go back to defaulting, I think. Whew. Big attack. Alright. Level up. A victory. He shamoons you with his bare ass. You got the monk asterisk. Like, I can't really replicate the feeling in any game that is unlocking jobs in Final Fantasy games that have them. It feels so rewarding whenever you find them. You get so excited. There are optional jobs in this game, so that's pretty cool too. I think probably the closest thing is the way they did abilities in Final Fantasy IX, where individual items had unique abilities attached to them and you had to equip them to learn them. Made me excited for just about every item I'd find. Brute Strength Attacker, Bare Fists. You should know Monk, because you've played JRPGs before. You got the White Mage asterisk. Skill of White Magic favors stabs. Cool. Yeah, I would love to see another game do FF9 system again. I love that. There's still a problem even in Bravely Default where you're not excited about items anymore once you hit a certain threshold. Like, oh, well, I already have the best helmet in the game. I have the Genji helmet, so what do I care about any other helmet that I find? But 9 managed to make it that even if you found like a level, like early level helmet, if it had an ability you hadn't learned yet, you were excited. Even if that ability was something you wouldn't use.
In my journey. The task I face is mine as Vestal, and mine alone. Yet I was afraid. When faced with capture, I wavered.
Tiz is going to help whether you want it or not.
I had thought I'd steeled myself to face any peril, to withstand any pain, but had I faced those two alone, I'd have faltered. My journey would have ended in a cell, or worse. I am grateful to you, Tiz.
Right.
And grateful for you.
Agnes is learning.
Will you join me?
Power of friendship. Friendship is magic. I almost said madness. Freudian slip.
Join me.
I did that a while back, silly.
I'm excited to do Etrian Odyssey. That sounds like fun.
I have it on very good authority. I'm the eager to meddle type.
This game has fairly good writing too. Like it's well localized in addition to having good voice acting.
We need to get you to Ansheim, don't we?
I have another plan. this one's better still. If riding their ship as a captive's out, why not as a captain?
You want us to steal an airship? Though, if we did manage
Let's go
it,
steal an airship in the first, like, 2 hours of the game.
Knowing where it went.
let's head back to the city for now. We can ask around there.
Oh, cool, Goomba. Andrew will be super excited. Acquiring jobs. Alright, super stoked to have access to jobs. Job has job commands and support abilities. So if you've played Final Fantasy before, you know what this means. Basically, you have active commands that you use in combat, and then you have supports that go on top of your other abilities. Do I have a Billow Link now? Oh shit, I get that later. I remember when I played this for the first time, I saw, let's see, does it show you? I must have looked it up. I looked up Freelancer eventually gets a JP up ability, and I'm like all over that. Anything that increases your XP or your job points or ability points or whatever, I need to have that right away. So I spent a ton of time grinding out the JP to get that before really progressing in the game, and ended up making it even on hard mode a little too easy. I will not be doing that on stream though. We're gonna go with Agnes as a monk, and we're gonna go with, let's do Optimize. There's a really effective Optimize in this game. Make Tiz our white mage. We'll just try to get to a certain level of white magic. We'll have to buy some stuff. Probably get him better armor. You can still equip everything, but you see there's a little like letter next to the item. Like E means that it's bad when you equip it. I think it goes up to S is the best rank. Like Dark Souls. And we'll put Agnes in front too. Can do that, can I? Do I have to like drag them or something? Is there a formation? There it is, sword. Yeah, quite late in the tree. Alright, so we gotta get our max random battle setup going here. Alright, Anya's ruining shit. Yeah. Well, one thing that it's cool, what I like about having JP and XP is that XP is something that eventually taps out. Like, you know, you tend to get a few JP per battle, but the amount of XP gets higher and higher as you fight. So you can't grind and get an arbitrarily high level in the first area, but you can grind and get an arbitrarily good number of job abilities, since the amount of job points doesn't go up really significantly until fairly late in the game, when they give you a ton of stuff. Right, I was gonna double check that my combat setting was back down. Yeah, let's put it back to 0. Let's have our dude Tiz here. Oh, we haven't bought any magic yet. We'll go do that very soon. He still has miscellany. Okay, so that just... they just default to that. It's really their only other option at the moment. Yeah, right? There's... I forget the name of the attack. One of the monk attacks ignores defense. It's really, really strong. Cast magic, you need the spell scroll and the corresponding ability. Sure. So we'll go do that. Which purchases do you mean, Plaster? Alright, poison I'm more worried about. I do want to buy all of these before we leave town, and I'm not above going and running around outside to grind for it until we have pieces of all of it. We'll see if I can get better equipment for Tiz as a white mage. Yeah, I wish, God, there are a couple that they changed the name on, and just, no, don't change the name. Just call it a chemist, you bastards. Staff is super cheap. Rod is less super cheap. I want the magic attack to be a little bit higher. I think we already have good gear there. Okay. Perfect. Sapmaker was broken in 4 Heroes Light. Highness is resting. Come again tomorrow. Okay. Go back to the town. Talk to the save guy too. I don't think that he's selling anything that's unique that we don't have in other shops, but it's worth a check. Buy equipment. What you got, buddy? Bronze armor is a significant upgrade for everybody, even with it not being good for their current class, but I can't afford it yet, so I'll go stay at the inn. Two Black Knights and 2 Performers. I have to double check my save file. I can't even load my save file on stream for spoiler reasons, so I'll look at it off stream at some point and try to figure out what my endgame setup was. I definitely did cheese a couple of the Narende boss battles, like the optional super bosses using the Spirit Master. There's some combo you can do that makes you invincible to damage on your end, but you deal damage to the enemy. I think it only requires that you have a high enough speed to act before the opponent does. Quite strong though. What's up, King?
You chased off the Eternian ship?
Sure did.
Amazing! Truly, the Vestal is a worker of miracles. And you as well, Tiz.
I like that the job costuming carries over to cutscenes in this. It's nice.
Has there been any word of where the ship has gone, Your Highness?
Yeah, it sounds right,
What have you heard
Kumbo.
from your man, Owen?
It seems the Sky Knights have returned to their hold, Your Majesty. The Lantano Villa.
Lantano Villa. Then that's where we're headed.
I'm afraid you'll not get there now. The bridge they shot out is still in ruins.
We'll mount a full-scale offensive the moment
Are
it's
Valkyries
repaired.
dragoons? Do they have jump?
For now,
There's a couple of flavor
we must
changes they
be
do, but it's
patient.
basically the same job.
Go and rest.
What's up, Onions? 2 bumpkins. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Never walked through such a lively city as this. Don't suppose there's anything special for you. You grew up here, but to me too. I grew up in Narende, which had sheep and grass. It's kind of overwhelming. I think I can relate pretty well. Parts jump out at you the most. What's the strangest? Lots of people, lots of buildings. They all seem so tranquil. I suppose it's a testament to their faith in the king's rule. A far cry from the kingdom I left. Owen informed me just before we left, apparently the innkeep is preparing a special feast for us this evening. Oh god. And remember the TV tropes line, there's no such thing as, not a free lunch, but a free stay at the inn. Nothing good ever happens when they offer to let you stay at the inn for free. In any game. That's how Thamasa got burned down in Final Fantasy VI. Valkyries are dragoons, yeah. Cool. So sleepy. This game pulls off a lot. It gets the like prog rock / prog metal music style for battles that Uematsu's famous for. I think it has the nice orchestral but still melodic world map and town music down. I don't think there's any songs I don't like. Actually, one of my favorite songs in this entire game is called Infiltrating Hostile Territory. It plays in the dungeons. It gives me that frisson effect where you get chills every time. It has this really nice like slow build up, and then there's this cathartic like climax part of the song. It's pretty sweet. I think we're gonna hear it soon.
Wait, is that...
Yeah, I hear you, Propagable. Played the Final Fantasies that don't have jobs.
Give us the Vestal. We know she's here.
They often have they'll have jobs, but they'll be hidden. You know, like they'll have a lot of the hallmarks of those jobs. So like with 7, the jobs are represented through materia. With 10, they're represented through like the way the sphere grid is arranged. Like all the white mage abilities are in one area, all the warrior abilities are in one area, and so on.
And you'd best be quick. Fire spreads so easily.
Ominous, sir.
Ominous.
Is this really necessary?
What? No. Yes, I won't be questioned.
Final boss is quite good. Wicked anything. I think there's 3 of them.
Command now. You'll follow my orders.
Oh, cool. Excited to check it out, Flaring.
Burn! Burn! We can sift the Vestal's ashes out from the rest.
Ominous, you're kind of a dick.
What are they doing?
Looking for me. If I go, they'll stop this madness.
You can't be serious, miss. You'd be marching to your own death.
This guy reminds me of Rux from Bastion, the innkeeper.
Seems these fools intend to hide the girl. If the whole city's complicit, the whole city can burn.
So part of the fun of this game is like figuring out who the holders of the job asterisks are, right? And then they kind of do the typical Japanese approach of like, oh, we're just gonna have this cast of crazy characters and let's associate like one major trait to them and just turn it up to 11. So we think we get this ominous guy's trait.
Fire will have this place charred black by morning.
Talk about the difference between Western RPGs and Japanese RPGs. That JRPGs tend to be much more focused on characters and character development, and the plot and the main story sort of takes a backseat to that. Western RPGs are much more plot focused, and the characters are less relevant. I think that's definitely true for Bravely Default, but it also has a strong, unusually strong plot throughout. It's not like Final Fantasy IX that gets super weird at the end. Or 4.
5, 4.
Murger hype. Okay, later for real, Kevin. See ya. Thanks for hanging.
Fine. Bully. Women always are.
Right. Yeah, that's probably Google.
Tomorrow, and another house will burn. Then another the next night. And every night until you give up the girl.
Yeah, 8 just gets super weird after disc 2. Or at the beginning of disc 2. That's a really good question. Ludifex's question: is there a game which explicitly deconstructs that archetype-based character story for the villains, where they appear to be single attribute at first, but it gets more complicated with the causes or the consequences? Actually, I would say Kefka is a good example of that. Kefka is presented as like almost a comic relief, like crazy clown character, and the way they play him after that is very unexpected. Early, very fun trope subversion, I think. And that's why people like Final Fantasy VI so much, and why they like Kefka so much as a villain.
Might I interject?
Oh shit!
Ah, it's Mr. Amnesia. You were staying in the empty
Look at this guy's perfect hair.
Mr. Amnesia. Is that foreign?
Tis.
I mean, the boy has no memories.
A little slow.
He just turned up in town a week ago. No clue who he was. I see you've suffered some light burns. Are you sure you should be up and walking about?
Maybe somebody can think of another example, though. The problem is that that's just Kefka in that game. So I can't think of one that has like the cast of villains that start out as one-dimensional and then gain dimension.
I'm fine, though I thank you for your gracious concern. More to the point, you two are Tiz and Agnes, yes?
I love Ring a Bell's voice actor.
But why? I don't recall giving you my name, sir.
It was written in this journal. The only thing I had on me when I was found, apparently.
Yeah, I guess Undertale kind of does that too, and that's by design.
Full of strange things, this book. Like word of your aims to plug up that great sinkhole.
What?
What's more, and this part is key, the journal states that you too will encounter a certain female. If my suspicions are correct, it's the girl who was accompanying that...
I think it's intended to be hilariously bad.
Pardon my asking, but how do you tie in?
It appears you make for the Centro ruins, no? Then bring me along. That girl tugs at my mind. Oh, we've met before. When I saw her face amid the flames,
I was a believer.
Not your customary running for your life thrill mind, but a real Thundaga to the heart epiphany.
I feel like that they built in the Thundaga to the Heart line reasonably. It didn't feel like it was
Her
just,
gaze was equal parts
hey guys,
innocence
it's a
and
Final
tempered
Fantasy
steel.
reference.
Oh, to see those eyes don the sparkle of a smile.
Sometimes writing oaths like that in a fictional universe can be tricky, where you're just like taking modern euphemisms and clunkily fitting in the word, like, you know, God's damn it. Like, I see what you guys are doing. But I think part of that was that Ring a Bell's delivery was really
I
good.
insist you let me join you.
Unacceptable. Also, I'm repulsed beyond words.
Unacceptable also.
What? Why? This is an upstanding gentleman's heartfelt plea. I'll not slow you down.
I cannot trust a man such as yourself.
I think I was like too excited to play the game when I did it the first time, so I wasn't able to get my, like, go find the AR card to get it to work.
Still, in a fight, 3 people are better than 2.
You have to like bring it up on your computer and look at it with your camera,
But
don't
I'll
you?
vouch for the man's skill. He once helped us hunt down a wild boar.
Hope that Robert Baratheon wasn't involved in that hunt.
Lovely.
Do you remember your name?
They call me Ring a Bell.
Get it?
It's a pleasure.
Because don't know his name, it doesn't ring a bell.
From this day
He's got amnesia.
Shall be your sword.
The names in this are pretty funny.
No, thank you.
I hope this was a good idea.
It's cute. I think when you have punny names like that, it makes it easier for them to stick and remember in your head. Like, you think about some creators are really good at giving their characters cool names that are just kind of funny and unusual, but stick out, like what Mr. Sir in Holes, or like Victoria Hand in Marvel, stuff like that. Dee's journal to view the journal's contents. According to Ring a Bell, its pages hold the future. Perhaps you'll find some hints to your adventure. Other pages hold notes Ring a Bell himself made along his journey. I think I can access almost all of that immediately. Tiz, might I have a word? Sure, what's on your mind? A Ring a Bell fellow. Not... Are we truly certain? He didn't seem like a dependable guy. Nice enough, though. He knew our names before we'd ever spoken. Names alone is troubling enough. He knew we were out to seal the chasm, too. I noticed him mumbling strange things in the streets ever since I arrived. Not so strange as to give my lady offense, I hope. Listening in. Could you tell us how you knew Agnes was the Vestal of Wind? All written in this journal. Can I have a look at the journal? Go for it. Shake it, see what falls out. What is your charge of the girl traveling with that pyromancer, is what we're going to call ominous. To save her, apparently. Save her? You realize our errand at the Central Ruins to put an end to that fire starter's threat, right? Confident I won't be a burden. Cool. So this dude's journal predicts the future. Isn't that a cool mechanic to throw at you at the beginning? I mean, it also is like, this is the source of the items. You can see your percentage completion for all the items you found in the game, all the weapons. This gets my heart aflutter. I love things that let you track completion at every possible level. And if I recall correctly, there's not a lot of permanent missables in Bravely Default, or at least you can carry it over to a New Game Plus if you really want to complete this document. Bestiary is pretty fun, but the important thing for sure is the enigmatic writings, of which there's a shit ton, and we're not going to sit here and read through all of them, but we see some importance. There's missing pages, and the TLDR, if you were to sit down and read all of these, is that he's basically has the future written down in this journal. Like, these things that he's seeing have already happened. I think that it's really important from a narrative perspective, if you have a story like this, to establish some kind of mystery at the beginning to hook the viewer. I feel like a lot of my favorite shows and video games will do that in some way. Like, even like Breaking Bad, you're like, how did he get into this situation in the very first episode, where it starts in media res and then cuts back in time? You're set to wondering the whole time, how did he get there? Hey, Bill Link. Alright, so I should have plenty of friends that I can abuse this for. I think what this lets you do is it lets you assign one of your friends that you actually know, IRL. I guess maybe it works with guests too, but I think it's just people that you have on your actual 3DS friend list online, and you can borrow some of the abilities that they've learned. So like, Andrea has all the jobs. Pat Hapax has all of them. Matt doesn't have all of them, but he has some of them. Philip is in the same position. That's flaring in chat. So I think we're going to bind Agnes to... Let's see. Let's do Pat for Agnes. And let's do... And I'll show you what this does in a second. Basically, it lets you access abilities for whatever job you're currently set to, as though it was at the same level as your friend, so you can get access to support abilities and in-combat attacks a lot earlier than you're normally allowed to. Tiz, and then we'll see what's going on for Ring a Bell. It looks like D-Rock has them all unlocked too. Good looking out, D-Rock. A couple bosses have unique steals. Yeah, I do remember that. So once we get access to steel, we'll try to stay on top of that. Alright, so I think we want everybody to have JP up, to be honest, even though I'm going to be able to, I think, bind everybody to a friend that has all of the abilities unlocked. We might be short one person, but I do like learning them traditionally too. It's kind of fun to go out of your way. He's currently a freelancer. I can give him access to martial arts. Level him up a bit more in there. 100% hard mode. Yeah, I did the same thing, flaring, on my main playthrough. We're gonna save. Do another quest. Brave for a quad attack. It can potentially trivialize the game if you have too many people ability linked, so maybe I won't keep it on for the whole game. If everyone is just maxed out, then we're not going to be excited about JP up at all. Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. They're all on the bottom screen, so they all have JP up equipped. Ooh. I think you should still start with Dark Souls 1. Or you can start with Demon Souls, Serp. I'll be playing that, I think, I would guess in May, because I think we're going to be playing Bravely Default in Zelda's time slot until April 15th when Bravely 2nd comes out. Then it'll take a few weeks to finish up Link Between Worlds, Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, and then I'll be doing Demon Souls. Dark Souls 1 is really good, though. I think it's worth playing through.
Your methods are wrong.
Wrong?
I love that series, having played only one game from it. It's sang to me in many ways.
First Holly, and now Yo. Why are women also condescending?
Maybe it's because you classify them as all women.
Shut up and take orders! Just because your father's Grand Marshal doesn't give you license for insubordination!
I've seen more than enough to know this.
I think the voice acting is quite good in this, Sir Cucumber.
Deserving of my trust and my loyalty. If you insist on pursuing this coward's agenda,
Well, that's nice that they let you choose the JPVA. Oh, Adia? I think that Agnes is on the box art for it.
I heard her voice. So this is what an angel sounds like.
Your ears must be better than mine.
Oh, did the Japanese VAs really speed through the dialogue? This is infiltrating hostile territory. I love this song. I'm gonna shut up and let it play for a rotation or two. Really good. I'm gonna turn off the battles so we can hear the music uninterrupted, and I can explore the dungeon. Friggin' catchies. Yeah, so there's some classic Final Fantasy monsters in here that have been repurposed in certain ways. Probably want to get some gear for Ring a Bell. There's a while where I was listening to this track just on repeat. I don't know if you ever had a song do that where you just listen to it over and over and over until you hate it. Alright, so that's infiltrating hostile territory. I just love the slow build to that really cathartic part. And the funky bass in the background. Oh, this song's so good. Hey Andrea, how's your day coming? Good seeing you. Yeah, this game's the shit, Joe, man. I recommend finishing it before the sequel comes out. You can. Alright, we want to do... Discover the number of unopened treasure chests. Cool little ability. See there on the bottom on the map where it says chests ×3? So it lets you know which chests you're missing in each dungeon, which is great. It doesn't tell you where they are. It tells you whether you're missing them or not. Yeah, you should check out Andrea's talk, the one she did for the Astronomy on Tap, the bar out here. I think Jahan watched it. It's in the links channel on Discord if you want to check it out, discord.marstead.com. She used OBS to record a version of it since, you know, not everyone could be there. So one more chest in this level. I believe there are hidden passages. I'm gonna find the last chest. Oops. Ah, hidden passage. Pretty classic hidden passage too, right? That's how it worked in Final Fantasy IV and V. I don't remember if you get an ability that reveals where they are. Kind of unnecessary though. Just look to see if that's showing or not. Alright. Iron Knuckles. Oh, awesome, Propagable. Yeah, thanks for sharing it. This is very early in the game. This is still like the prologue chapter, Joe Man. You're correct. There's still 2 chests to find on this floor. We have to get at it from the other side, though. Check the bottom. Yeah, you can see hidden passages in 5. I don't remember how it worked in Bravely Default. I think they're usually just on the bottom of the screen, if I recall correctly. Yeah, really, being able to see how many chests are on a floor is enough. That lets you know. Right, maybe if I can't find the chest, it's probably a secret passage somewhere. Bum, bum. I got a potion. Potion. Hey. Yeah, right. Just turn off the monsters. What you notice, I haven't gotten into a random battle. I turned it off because I want to explore the dungeon, and then once we're done exploring, I'll turn it back on once I feel confident that we have all the chests. Hey, Mage Master. If ever there was a classic dagger. Probably an upgrade for Ring a Bell? Alright. Rock and or roll. Okay. Kinda say so. Andrea is really good at executing, though. If you've read the Kingkiller Chronicles, the way he describes the relationship between his parents, where like his dad is a great, well-renowned poet and songwriter, and his mom helps her behind the scenes. That's what the situation is. Andrea is really the great poet. She's good at physics, but I help in the background. I haven't checked out Stardew yet. I heard it's really cool, though, Joe Man. Is there any multiplayer? I wonder if I could ever fit it in as like a Wednesday free-play game. It's technically beatable, isn't it?
How are you here? Is no one under me competent? Oh, fine. My fire will make ash of the lot of you.
What? Ominous! Our orders are to take the Vestal alive!
Oh, I don't think I ever noticed that, Goomba. That is nice.
Besides, if you loosed your spells in here, you'd...
I'll show you. I'll show you all.
No multiplayer yet. Okay. I like myself some Harvest Moon. We'll see, maybe someone will add it to the voting spreadsheet. A couple slots will open after we beat Pillars of Eternity. Way to go, Ominous.
He's attacking his own people.
Later, Little Effects. Thanks for hanging out. See you next time.
Slaughter cannot be allowed.
What's up, Cappy? How you doing?
Black Mage Ominous Crow.
Ominous Crow. Good name for Black Mage.
Absolutely doesn't. You've sent me into a full rage.
What? You're turning traitor? You'll make your father a laughingstock!
This has nothing to do with him. All that I hold true denies everything that you are.
That's a pretty intense rebuke.
You there. You'll be helping
That's like, my mama don't like you and she likes everyone.
Who? Us? But we...
Would be delighted to assist you, milady. I'll see you victorious, or my name isn't Ringabel.
Oh, that sounds awesome, Cappy. Is it a full game, or is it still an alpha?
My real name, but certainly my... Anyway, what's in a name, really? Don't you agree, idiot?
Yeah, absolutely propagable. It makes it easy for you to remember them, though, which is kind of nice. It's sort of like the silly names in Phoenix, right? I think that, like, believability and naming takes second stage in something like a video game.
I'll see you all charred black! I swear it!
Yeah, right? Or whatever my name is. I think that was the joke they were getting at. What's up, dude? I really love the design on all the characters in this, too. Alright, Agnes. Let's do... Oh, right, so let's talk about the design space and some of these abilities. We've already established that BP is a thing, right? The battle points that you spend to use Brave and attack multiple times in a turn. So sometimes you can have abilities that, instead of casting MP, cost BP. So I can't use it because I've already maxed out her Braves, but if I turn it down to 2 Braves, I can do Pressure Point times 2, and I think that'll be quite good. Miscellany... Oh, yeah, you know, I'm probably gonna unbind myself to the people on my friends list because this game's gonna be really easy if I have everyone's abilities turned on. If I can do Mimic right at the beginning of the game. So I'll disable that. That's a little too strong. Does he have... He can also do Pressure Point if we turn it down. Pressure Point's not because it ignores defense. Not that it's super necessary for this guy. I'm gonna see if I can take him out with everybody braving right out the go. Way to hit him with your staff, Tiz. Good try. Maybe we don't want Tiz attacking at all. Yikes. Yeah, I'd rather just remove the... Well, I guess if I have it equipped... I don't know, I kind of like the joy of getting a new ability from getting JP up, because if all of your friends have all of the abilities unlocked, then JP is kind of useless if you have everyone bound for the whole game, so I'll turn it off. I'll keep it as a backup option if we're having trouble with a boss fight, and it'll let me get through it if we get stuck. Alright, we're going to do a round of heals for Tiz. Another cool thing about this mechanic, you can do Cure times 4. All allies, all allies, all allies. That might actually be overkill. Let's try just doing 2 of those. That'll put him with 2 rounds afterward. We'll have Adia do a default just in case too. That's true. I don't want to struggle too much, but still. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. I don't want to give an unrealistic interpretation of what this game is actually like by just having all the abilities from the beginning. Yeah. We'll do 1 heal on everybody, and we'll have Adia default again. Ouch. Dude's a dick. Now we'll do 2 heals on everybody. We'll have her attack a whole bunch. There we go. GG. Yes, I have played this before, Menok, and I did just start this playthrough. This is part of me trying to beat every awesome game ever, and I'm trying to beat this one before Bravely Second comes out next month. Actually, almost exactly 30 days from today. So we bumped this one to the front of the schedule. It was actually very high in the voting spreadsheet. 19 separate people voted for this game. I think it's a record for the number of people contributing to voting it up. So thanks to everyone who voted up Bravely Default. I'm happy to be playing it. We rolled it onto the schedule a little bit early so we can get to Bravely Second. How's that, Cucumber?
Now, treason is one of those tricky things to forgive. Still, I've no regrets. My
Cool.
conscience spoke and I followed it.
I'm really excited for it. Goomba was playing it recently too.
Into the life of a deserter, it seems.
Indeed. It was sorely incomplete without you.
Unacceptable.
It's really calm, unacceptable.
Between a Sky Knight of the Duchy and a Vestal.
So this is the Vestal of Wind. A black-hearted witch, as the tales I was raised on go. But of late, it seems things are rarely cut quite so cleanly.
Oh, you've like watched another channel that spoiled Bravely Default? Gotcha.
That lot is black as they come. And what other lies have I been told then? The only thing for it is to see for myself what is black and what is white.
Yeah, when I played this for the first time, Manok, I pretty much just set aside my life to play it until I beat it. I don't think Andrea remembers my wife, but we were watching TV or something. I had the 3DS on and I was grinding levels or something.
That was rational?
I'm always rational. That scum Crow just had me seeing red before.
Ah, the type whose claws come out when she gets hot-headed. I'll jot down a note not to anger you.
Thanks, ring a bell.
What do you make of them, Tiz? Can these two be trusted?
They don't seem like bad people to me.
Yes, but how a thing seems and how a thing truly
Idea is pretty great. I really like this cast. Even Tiz, who's kind of like the generic everyman, is an interesting character in his own right.
Hold a moment, Agnes. My journal offers a curious quote. The Vestal and crew commandeered the SK ship, with Idea in tow.
And what are we to make of that?
No, 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 no.
No, thanks, I'm good.
One assumes.
Just what is that book of yours?
Really, Flarewing. Yeah, Sir Cucumber was mentioning that the voice acting in English is quite a bit slower, that the reading in this is a little bit more plodding, but I kind of like the way they do it.
Up there, isn't that... Huh. Speak of the flying devils.
Hey, Ben. Can we help you, buddy?
Will they turn their cannons on us?
We're inside the castle. You don't need to worry about it. Uh-oh.
They can't mean to start that up again!
Let's hurry!
I think you like what you saw of it, Andrea. You didn't play it terribly far. Hey, Ben. Playing your song, buddy. So furry. God, you okay, Ben? Fell off the chair. Come and look at it. I'm the youngest one here. The whole thing, it would be best if I stuck to Sir and Ma'am. Is that like talking with it in the Japanese version? We'd be talking about honorifics, I guess. Really rather you didn't. The way that's read with respect to theater. Yeah, you'll notice that the characters are pretty specific with the way that they are voice acted. We did. Oh, he's fine. He's rubbing his head on this chair. What we got? Narende's new. Okay, so this is just be a generic conversation about Narende. I'm actually going to skip it because it doesn't say anything specific. It comes up when you're building the town at times. I don't remember there being anything particularly exciting about it. Alright, armor shop is done. Trader's done. We can activate them a little bit further. 3 hours. Let's try to get that down. 1 hour each, maybe, would be the goal. Hey, perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, we're gonna step outside and save real quick. I'm gonna turn off, let's see. First, let's make Adia into a black mage. She doesn't really have anything she can use, right? Guess she can kind of effectively be a red mage and have access to white magic. Oh no! This guy's an ass.
Why is this happening?
You'll give us the Vestal of Wind. Or, if you prefer, I can come down and pluck her from the last building I leave standing. The choice is yours, entirely.
You have a choice yourself. Leave now, or face me. Owen, captain of the Kaldislan Royal Guard.
Knight Arjun Heinkel, Knights Captain of the
Heinkel.
Eternal Sky. The stories paint you Kaldisla's greatest hero. I hope you will not disappoint.
So I wonder what class he's gonna give us, huh? Although they shied away from giving you like the canonical D&D 4 jobs at the beginning. You get monk instead of thief. You still get white mage, black mage. You know? Cleric, wizard. We need to rest, actually. Well, I'll go ahead and spend my MP on healing. I think you do eventually get an ability that lets you recover HP when you're walking. Oh, there's an all button. Okay, well, lesson learned. I'm gonna unequip their ability links because it makes the game too easy. I might turn it back on later if I absolutely have to. Like to earn it. Because I could maybe pick one person to have a bunch of abilities, but be like a stick for it. I'd like Freelancer to learn that Divining Rod ability so we can see all the chests. I really like all the English voice actors in this Flarewing. I think it's quite good. The Bard asterisk. Yeah. I was saying this is the best Final Fantasy to be released since Final Fantasy X, I would say. Do we turn the... Hold on one sec. I'm gonna get the battles back on. I don't want to get under-leveled here. What's that about Tiz, Andrea? We should buy one of these. Let's get Lightning. Probably more likely to be usable. We'll have to run around and get some cash later. I think there might be some okay money to find in the castle we were just in. We've done a couple games that have had an equivalent of Warrior. You had Warrior in Final Fantasy V and 3.
Royal Guard wiped out?
And the games that don't have it explicit, it's usually implied. Dark Knight is kind of an enhanced fighter, as is Paladin in 4. Who's your fighter character in 6? Does one exist?
Hey, hold on, man. Please.
I don't really have like the guard mechanic in 6. Should like Tiz as a name. Fighters in 10 too as well, yeah.
I can't imagine the captain's come here himself, though.
It's so hard to get right. 6 gun.
Owen!
Fighter / warrior, I've heard it presented both ways. Owen was the innkeeper's son.
Man. Pathetic.
Yeah, some games will offload the paladin guard ability to fighter. So like, and like break abilities sometimes, things that reduce enemy stats.
Someone help!
Like I would say that Auron in Final Fantasy X is a fighter. skills that
Don't
he
bother.
has.
Leave me. The king, they took his majesty. That man, Heinkel. My sword didn't so much as scratch him.
Awesome. I think you'll like it, Flarewing.
Tis. I ask this knowing it's an unreasonable demand.
Very good voice acting on the whole, I'd say.
Please, help my king. Save this place. You're the only one I can...
I'll bring the king back. I swear it. Be at peace, Owen.
I think the canonical fighter thing outside of Final Fantasy is that they should have good compatibility with all weapons and armor. But usually that's uninteresting. Like, there's one weapon and one armor type that's correct to use, so... In practice, you don't really get the versatility. We haven't really had a job called Guardian, though. Owen. How could Heinkel be so cruel? Owen saved you after New Ender. That's right. A little opening 3D cutscene, the FMV. Owen helped ring a bell. Tiz and Ring a Bell are only thinking of the innkeeper's feelings. It's good sad music. That's a super bummer. I don't really like the way Agnes runs. Can I switch her out for Adia? I have never met anyone in my life who runs or moves like that, but it's so common in JRPGs for some reason. Okay. Well, she kind of does it too, but we get the cool Black Mage hat now, so I'll take it. Later, Plasmaster.
Son.
See you next time.
He died for his king, though. Huh? A brave warrior's death. I'm sure he had no regrets.
Wouldn't that be nice, Broken One? Yeah, I would totally give you the intuition for it if you heard it all the time.
I thank you for being with him at the end.
Thank you for watching her video.
Now,
it's really good.
Ray, rest up. Consider this your home.
If you like read science journalism and you sometimes wonder, is this really that big of a deal? I can't tell from the paper here or the reporting here. You can watch her talk to get an intuition for it.
I'll be outside a moment.
Or Carl. He's got really good voice acting too. Believe that he's super bummed.
These people are innocent bystanders. Involving them like this is despicable. Come, let's march on the Lontano Villa this instant. I'll lead the way.
Too bad she didn't get her own asterisk.
Why the silence? Surely you can't just sit by and let Heinkel's crimes stand?
Heinkel's crimes are the Duchy's crimes. You are a part of those same Eternian forces. We cannot trust you.
It's true.
I'm not.
Eternia's kind of like Baron, I guess, in Final Fantasy IV. The powerful nation state that controls airships, so
You cannot. In
go
my
around
heart of
enforcing their
hearts,
military
you
will.
frighten me. The same as Crow, or Heinkel, or the others. I am sorry. But I make for the villa with Tiz alone.
Yeah, I think it's just the 3DS audio quality caps out eventually.
Of all the stubborn... Oh, you crystal-headed girl!
What it really sounds like there's compression artifacting in the recordings, and there's so much voice acting in this that to get it to fit on the cartridge, they probably need to compress it down.
Leaving so soon? If you're off to Stargaze, I'd be honored to join.
Ring a bell.
Out of my way!
You're a butt. It's a good sad song. I think, what's my favorite sad theme in a game? I think probably People of the North Pole from Final Fantasy X, the Mount Gagazet music. Triggers my frisson as well. It's nice that they have the map to kind of point you where they want you to go if there's like a triggered cutscene.
Stubborn, contrary, crystal-headed girl!
Contrary.
Refuse to understand! Oh, I'm sorry.
Props to the voice actress for actually like making Murgurger not sound silly whenever she says it.
Hello, child. Will you listen to an old man talk a while?
It's not so much that it's a problem with scientists, it's journalists. I think it's because that journalism and science have opposing values in a lot of ways that you can't really blame either side. Like, science is about let's be systematically skeptical and doubt results, and only those results that survive despite our persistent doubt are the ones that turn out to be true. Whereas journalism is like, we need to be excited about whatever's right in front of us right now. We have to be first. We can't report late on it. So they'll get more excited about things than they should. I think that sort of influences the way that scientists work.
Oh, yes, of course.
AMA4483 and Chaz, my wife Andrea, she's an astrophysicist. We're talking about her talk that she did.
Find a frailer child than Owen.
Oh, you can turn off the waypoint markers. That's nice.
All his youth.
I like having it on. It's sort of like the little breadcrumb trails.
He wanted more than anything to defend it. So he trained and trained. Even after he joined the Royal Guard, even after winning half the honors the king can bestow, he trained. And everyone knew it. In a few years, his efforts had made him captain. The boy was something else. My pride and joy. But I'd rather he lived. What sort of child dies before his parents? It's a crime, don't you think?
I feel like the way that they wrote this character and the way that he acts it, like, it sells this as being sad. I find that Japanese games will do this thing too, where they'll introduce a character to you and then kill them 10 minutes later and act like you should be crushed by it. And then they just kind of move on and forget about it. I can't really think of that many character deaths that have affected me emotionally in games like this because of how quickly they're introduced and tossed aside. But they spend the time on it in this one to show you that people are grieving, and I like that.
It's terrible, sir.
If the boy had stayed home, taken over the inn, he'd still be...
Because here it's not, we're sad that that Owen died, because we didn't really know him. We got to talk to him for like 15 minutes. We're sad about Innkeep Carl, though. Look how sad he is.
What other lies have I been told? It's the only thing for it.
A question, Agnes. Why can you not trust at least me?
You talking about 6? Oh my god. I don't know anyone who figured out how to save Shadow in 6 on their first playthrough.
To a gentleman such as myself.
Remember, that was before the internet, and I was searching the World of Ruin looking for Shadow for weeks and weeks and weeks and couldn't find him. I finally met someone, like an adult, who had played Final Fantasy VI and knew how to get him, and I was like, what? I'm supposed to wait for him on the floating continent? You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Our paths part with Adia's here. What reason have you to come with us?
Will the two of you be enough to storm the enemy's hold, though? This night is supposed to be terribly strong.
Yeah, it's a nice way of doing it, Manhawk.
Still, we've no choice. Let's go, Agnes.
We're all ready to go?
Yeah, propagable.
Excellent.
Ring a Bell is just a teensy bit dodgy, right?
I had thought I spoke it clear before. This is farewell.
I have no memory, but I have a book that miraculously predicts the future. What's that all about?
Very well put, but I'm coming along anyway. I'll get no sleep till I've seen these scoundrels squished.
I like that they didn't make the amnesiac character the main character. That's difficult for them from a storyteller perspective. As soon as you choose to have an amnesiac character, that's kind of a pass for you to force feed the player information about the game universe because everyone else has to remind them about it. That's kind of what they do. It's not with Amnesia, but in Final Fantasy X, Tidus comes from Xanarkand, so he doesn't know shit about Spira, and everyone has to just tell him directly as an audience surrogate. In Star Wars, Luke Skywalker's from a backwoods planet, doesn't know shit. In Final Fantasy VI, Terra has the slave crown, and she loses most of her memory, so people have to explain stuff to her.
What's more,
but they didn't take the easy out with that with Ring a Bell. In fact, even though he's amnesiac, he has a document that tells him the future, so he is in a position to inform us inform the other party members rather than being the one that needs to be spoon-fed. It's
Go with me, however.
turning it on its head a
and
little
you'll
bit.
have VIP access. Use me. I welcome it. So please. I'm all for it. The more allies, the better, I say.
Thanks, Ari.
Well, I do not. Even before the matter of trust, I cannot involve anyone more. The fault for all of this is mine and no one else's.
At the end of the day, it depends on your where you're trying to tell your story, though, Manok. Like there's certain TV shows where you only have so many minutes in the episode and you have to establish all the characters. So the one I always joke about is in the first episode of Game of Thrones, someone throws out, "That's Jaime Lannister, the Queen's brother." Like it takes you out of the moment, but they need to tell you who that character's name is, and they can't. It takes lots of extra time to do it more subtly, so sometimes you just have to point them out and hold up the Wile E. Coyote sign that says, "This is the character's name."
You've no cause for worry, Agnes. I guarantee it. You, Tiz, and Idia will travel long and far together. Its pages are prophecy, infallible and true.
And what of you?
Me? An apt question. It seems I did not merit mention. A grave oversight, I'm sure. Or am I to miss out on the adventure?
Yeah.
A crueler fate than I could bear.
Yeah, there's lots of games will do that now. Where like, okay, the main character knows their shit, and they're gonna find some random NPC that doesn't know it and explain it to them. But really, the NPC they're talking to is the audience surrogate. Actually, the entire plot of Metal Gear Solid 2 is as bizarre as it is because Hideo Kojima decided that it wouldn't make sense for Snake to need a tutorial, that he needed to have an inexperienced character be the main character that Snake could mentor. And it's like you can just ignore that and be like, you know what, game mechanics are an abstraction. We don't need to worry about who's talking about them. Like, it's not going to break your immersion all that badly in a video game. It depends on what they're explaining, I guess.
What? You're so odd, Ringabel.
I'm in favor of taking them with us too. I think they'll be a help to you, Agnes.
As long as you're certain.
Done. Excellent. Let's be off.
It's Sir Cucumber. How to ride and jump off a dolphin minutes after you save her. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. It's a good example. Brought it up before on that same subject. Hey, party regrouped. Yeah, that's certainly a big part of it, Yukupo. I think that managed to be a secret too. Like nobody knew about the whole Raiden thing. It didn't leak out. The demo certainly helped. There's a lot of stuff in that game that's directly trying to play around with you. And I'm so worried about the part shop. Let's get the weapon shop. Yeah, that's a ticket. May as well get both of them. 99 hours. Well, shit. We'll get this. Let's see. When are we going to play Bravely Default next? Wednesday? So this should be fine. Maybe I'll adjust it as it ticks down a little bit. Yeah, I'll put one more on there. That way it's guaranteed. Do the hill part shop. There we go. Cool. Alright, let's go get some XP from the tower. Quick. Throw a save when we get outside here. Special moves. Store up power over time, then release it in a single crushing blow capable of devastating even the toughest foes. Conditions are different for each weapon. Use Brave 10 times, use items 5 times. Pretty cool. The music that plays when you do special moves is fun, and it says you can combo them. It's a nice way to use the BGM as a way to interact with the game, too. I think they're gonna have us do it here. Hack and slash. Assuming it doesn't kill him. Yeah, so it changes the music, and then the effect lasts for the duration of the song that's playing. All these abilities are boosted until the music stops. That's cool. Craft your own killer move and then show it off via summon friend, right? So you can make a special move, you can give it a name, and then you can send it to other people to use. Oh man, we're going to talk about all kinds of different foods in these conversations here. Grilled leaf buds and spring mushrooms and apricot jelly for dessert. What is this? Is this a Song of Ice and Fire? Pages and pages of detail about like grease running down in rivulets in my chin. Best of health. One quick sec, guys. Check something. Yeah, the multiplier is like 1.3, 1.6, and 1.9, so anyone that's a subscriber on Patreon will get decimals in their 0 points eventually. I'll put everybody on attack mode. I guess it doesn't really make as much sense to have Tiz doing it. Notice that there's different enemies, whether it's daytime or nighttime, which is cool. Tails combo chain. Yeah, the combo move music is really cool. I'm also a fan. We're gonna do a little bit of money farming in here. I need to get enough Pig to buy all the upgraded weapons and shit. Although there might be different enemies on the other side of this door that give a little bit more. We want to try to fight the enemy that's the strongest possible.
That takes care of the hold gates. Now we've a clear path to the villa. Let me make this very clear though. If you've any thoughts of storming the place head-on, be rid of them now. I'll say I've taken you prisoner. That will buy us entry. Once we're inside, the battle's all but won. I even know where the king is likely held.
Look at you, Adia.
Complaints?
No.
Very different from the Final Fantasy VIII Adia.
I have my doubts, but I see no alternative.
Once we find the king, we'll hop aboard their ship and escape by air. How very dramatic.
Thanks, Ari. One thing that's kind of cool, we haven't unlocked the ability to do it yet, but eventually you get the ability to, okay, I'm missing on that party chat. Eventually you get the ability to rename the characters, and that's always a point of contention for how you design your game. Like in Final Fantasy X, they very explicitly never refer to Tidus by name. They only call him you or the new Guardian. In Dragon Quest, they refer to him by name, but the name is never voice acted. So it'll be like, thanks, Bob, and the character will say thanks instead of saying Bob at the end. In this game, they just voice act and say the default names, and the text just reads whatever you change their name to. I think that's a cool solution. I haven't decided on the Final Fantasy IV yet. I've never played the remake. I am nostalgic for the Super Nintendo version, so I want to play the Super Nintendo version, but I hear that the remake is really, really good and adds a lot of cool stuff, so maybe the remake plus After Years. We'll see. We'll collapse that when it wins. Maybe I'll put it to a vote. We'll use like a nickname. Yeah, so BioWare addresses it by having it be like a last name or a title. So like, hey, Shepard, and they have a first name, or Hawk in Dragon Age 2, or, you know, Warden, whatever the title is. You know who. Yeah, like he's fucking Voldemort. PSP with After Years. That's closer to the sprite style that I like. I don't really like the 3D style for FF4. I mean, I'll play it if it's good. Shepard, Rex, man, Andrea, you were on that. Oh right, we want to turn the encounter rate up here real quick. Get some cash money, and we'll roll back and buy some upgrades. Yeah, After Years would be a separate game on the schedule for sure. And it gets +1 BP. That's rude. Do we want to use... don't know if we're starting to run into enemies now that are only weak against magic. Oh, those are electro lanterns. Great, I'm glad I picked lightning. Let's have them all attack then for now. Lots of quality of life improvements. That's impressive given that this is like quality of life improvement in the game. That's where JRPGs go. Man, she's still hitting pretty hard. Oh, we're gonna be just short of killing it. That's too bad. Oh, that's nice, Manok. And being able to change the encounter rate's cool too. It's something I do pretty frequently. I basically switch between, okay, now I need to grind, I'm gonna grind really fast. That's a bummer. That is a bummer. So turning up to 100% and having it at 0. We still won, but we were short by like 1 hit. Let's see what the next group is. The same exact group. So she's my hardest hitter right now. Ringabel kind of sucks. Tiz definitely sucks if we're going to keep him with the staff. I might switch him to a sword just for this farming. Bummer, again. Yeah, the stream delay. I can't really have my... I've got my, this guy. This cool MIDI keyboard, right? It's got a line with all the songs at the bottom, but I can't really plug it in when I'm playing 3DS games because it uses up so much power on the USB bus that the 3DS is plugged into. I'll try to play around with it, maybe I can get a powered USB hub or something after we move. But I have to shut it off, otherwise it makes the 3DS skip. Alright, well, they like to dual wield, don't they? I guess certain classes like to dual wield, she's fine with it. Let's give you the dagger. Really? Oh, it says it's less damage. Alright, I'll keep the staff for now, maybe getting the dual wield on Edea will matter. Replayability doesn't really bother me when we're talking about a game that's potentially 80 hours long. Like, if I weren't playing this on stream, I don't know if I would have played Bravely Default again. Not because it's a bad game or it's not replayable, just like I'm in a mode where I already have enough trouble getting to all of the games on my list and playing them once, let alone coming at them multiple times. The only games that replayability is a big thing for me nowadays are games that are very short, like Undertale, or games that are somewhat randomly generated, like Binding of Isaac. I should probably heal next battle. How much money are we getting each time we do this? 48? I think we get extra money by not taking any damage? For being a first turn victor or something? I'll take a look at it next time we win. Oh, you know, no, I think it's actually for hitting everybody. Like killing multiple enemies in a single turn. Try that in the next fight, I'll turn off auto. And that's my opinion. There are plenty of people that will happily play an 80-hour game many times over and over. I'm not that person anymore. I used to be when I was a kid, and I had very few games to my name, you know. But with nowadays, it's becoming very easy for you to get your hands on a large quantity of titles fairly cheaply, because they go on sale on Steam for like $5. But back when I was a kid, like every game was $60, so you had like, you know, a few games at most, and everything else you rented, so being able to replay it was a huge boon. She's gonna go MP broke really quick. I'm just gonna see if I can get this to trigger though. I think they all have to die in the same turn for you to get the bonus, which isn't happening right now with these enemies. Gadzooks. That's a serious science acronym too, Andrea. Yeah, that's really cool. Folks were talking about that a little bit earlier. Monarch. I guess I have that on memory. I don't have to keep entering it. Just not quite hitting everybody, unfortunately. Just a little bit of a backronym. I think people in science are fine with stupid acronyms. Maybe Andrea can confirm. There we go. Give us a peak bonus. Yeah, it's only +4 though. That's not a huge deal. Yeah, so you notice how it says 1 turn ace gives me +4 XP, so that means that I beat it in a single turn several times in a row. Unscathed means I didn't take any damage, that increases the amount of JP I get, and then Sweeper means I killed them all in like 1 hit. Or killed them all with the same attack. I guess it doesn't have to be 1 hit, and that increases the amount of cash that you get. Rodlore. We'll do this until she runs out of MP. We can start maybe backtracking now. She'll probably run out of MP by the time we get back to town. With the current encounter rate, or maybe before. As long as the last hit kills the whole party, right? Tiz is gonna be healer man. Yeah, it turns out that scientists are nerds. That shouldn't be a huge surprise. There's a reason why science fiction tends to inform science research, or technology research particularly. See, like, how much our modern interfaces are inspired by Minority Report, for example. Alright, you get pretty significantly less money. That's good. So if she runs out of MP when you've commanded her to do something, she just physically attacks. Convenient. Yeah, pretty much. Kamio Kande is pretty awesome. Is Kamio Kande a Super K like the upgraded version of Kamio Kande, Andrea? Or are they the same thing? Giant water tank in Japan. Detecting neutrinos, is it? I get that completely wrong. I get a cool picture of a bunch of people like literally in a rowboat inside of the detector because it's so huge. Alright, stay at the inn. Go try to buy the rest of the spells. Spells come first for me, and then we'll try to get all the gear. I think Adia comes with pretty decent gear. We might have enough to buy everything. We'll see. I could also take advantage of MP pools by switching people's jobs around until we get everything we need. You know the mountain that it's in? I see. Yeah, I took down all of my decorations. Preparing for the move. Got them packed up. We're moving out this weekend to New Mexico. Pretty excited to get the move over with. The waiting for the move to happen part is less exciting. I have this obsession with needing to have one of every item, and I'm glad the game makes that easy to track whether you've accomplished that yet or not. Fortunately, I recall correctly, the optimize option is pretty effective in this. It doesn't screw you over most of the time. We should make sure she's immune to blind. All that it does, though, is that it doesn't change their accessory at all, which makes sense. It can't know what the best accessory is for you. Spells are forever. Yeah, I always have to buy all the spells in these kinds of games, even if they're shitty spells that I'm never going to use. It's for some reason that triggers my completionist, the completionist in me, whereas like the weapons and armor I can live without playing it on Twitch. Yeah, I guess it depends on what job you have. That's definitely one of those quality of life things that I really feel when it's missing. Like, I would give my arm and a leg for some kind of optimized button in Pillars of Eternity. I know that it's hard because there's so many different builds to pick from in that game, but just something rudimentary would be nice. Oh, that's actually pretty smart, Andrew. I didn't know about that. I remember you telling me about Gadzook. I don't think I remember you explaining what it was. Your Masamune and Genji equipment, right? Oh, really? There's a benefit to equipping 2 rods. I don't think I even realized that in my first playthrough. Makes sense. Okay, let's save, and then probably we'll turn the encounter rate back down to 100%, maybe drop it to 0 if there's actually a dungeon up here. Don't remember. I think there's something that's relevant very close to the end of the game that's mostly optional. Up there at the top of the continent, if I recall from our last playthrough. It doesn't do anything now. I remember being super weirded out by it in my first playthrough. What the hell is that? Has to do with like an optional job and an optional boss fight, I think. Yeah, this thing. There's where this not being a blind playthrough will help with the overall length of the game. I would sit there trying to mess around with that pillar probably for like an hour if this was a blind playthrough. Wondering if there was like unique random battles around it or something. Magic textile stacks. Ah, I see. And if you're not going to be physically attacking, it doesn't matter. Get another very pretty background. This game brings back that pre-rendered background feeling, if whether they're pre-rendered or not. Some of the environments
Lady
definitely
Adina,
are.
Where have you been? We've lost contact with Master Crow. Wait. That woman! The Vestal of Wind!
I'm a little better about item hoarding on Twitch than I am at home. At home, I will reset the game to avoid using an elixir, as stupid as that is.
And my prisoner besides. Now, if you'll open the gate, I'll bring her to the captain.
But what of Crow?
I'm afraid he fell before the wicked Vestal's cruel magic. But it was his sacrifice that allowed for her capture.
Oh, Baten Kaitos looks like this? Oh,
Well,
cool.
I'll have the gate open straight away. Just...
I talk about that a lot, that I don't like the fully 3D environments for JRPGs. I kind of miss pre-rendered backgrounds where every map looks like a painting. That or just like someone make another 16-bit RPG again. Really like the Super Nintendo visual style. More squalls. Poor Anya's. Trying to understand. I didn't mean anything by it. She had to say that. Ploy to get us inside, and it worked, didn't it? I'm not upset with you, Adia. The way they felt about the Vestal, about the orthodoxy, it frightens me. Ooh. What's the orthodoxy? Capital O. My proper nouns. prototype was egads. Andrea. Yeah, I guess pre-rendered backgrounds are cheaper, so there will always be developers, if only indie developers, that will select them. But I feel like the mounting pressure for AAA developers to make things more and more visually impressive, they move away from being simple when it would save them budget to work on better things.
Without a hitch, thanks to my brilliant plan.
Like, it's a pretty serious problem that every game needs to be brilliantly voice acted. That costs a lot of money.
We need to find the king.
Crucified if you have a game that's completely not voice acted.
Hey, it's the traitor! Grab her!
Yeah, absolutely.
News travels fast.
I like when, like, main developers pick it stylistically, but it's uncommon these days.
We beat them down.
Alright, let's punch him in the face a whole bunch. Oh, right, these are like a group of people with classes. Let's be careful fighting them. Trickier than your average Joe. Remember, status effects persist after combat in this one. There's a couple Final Fantasies where they go away. Oops, no, I don't want to skip this.
Ooh, seems we weathered the immediate storm.
Murder
I'm afraid our little room
I could maybe do a murder gear command. I don't think she says it all the time. It's not quite like IC or Anya's throwing out an ellipsis.
Yes, well, at least we're inside, right?
Yes, right in the middle of the enemy's stronghold. We've nowhere to run.
You can't think this was my intention. I swear by my honor, this is no trap. That's the very sort of craven act I can't abide.
Craven act I can't abide. Got it.
Right.
Gotcha. Keep track of what does and doesn't. Alright, let's drop poison. And we'll probably also turn off encounters until we've found out the chests in here. I don't think that I have the ability... Hold on, let's see. Ring a Bell is my freelancer. I'm trying to learn. How's he doing on JP? He might get it next turn. I think it might be the next skill that he gets when he levels up. So to that end, I'll turn combat back on until he levels up. And then we can turn it back down again. Yeah, makes sense. Command for Ring a Bell getting shot down. It would overflow. Rocked. I've played JRPGs before where like the time it takes for battle to begin from the opening animation is longer than that entire battle. Really, really appreciate that about Bravely Default. The map is nice. You can see where the chests are as you approach them, in case you're bad like me and don't see them on the right in front of your face. Panther. Kind of looks like the, what was it, Coeurl? Right, White Magic level 2. One more level should get the next level of Freelancer. Yeah. There's some modern games that are bad about it too. Lost Odyssey. Sweet game, awesome soundtrack, really cool story. Battle takes forever. I think that the Chrono Trigger experience is pretty significantly degraded by playing the PS1 port of it. Because part of the fun of Chrono Trigger is you like walk into an enemy and the battle starts immediately. But in let's see. Do we really want to keep him as a white mage? Is he learning anything else that's useful? But in the PS1 port, there's a pretty long load time at the beginning of every battle, and it really sticks out. I don't really need that. Now, I don't remember. When you're active as a job, in some Final Fantasy, like maybe Final Fantasy V, you're presumed to have all of the support abilities for that job inherent to you, but then you have to manually equip anything from different jobs. How does that work in Bravely Default? Like, does Tiz as the White Mage already have Magic Defense 10% up? And if so, does equipping it here stack with his inherent bonus or no? Nothing for Monk yet. Antidote. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX doesn't stick out to me as one that takes particularly long, but I think I agree that the music is kind of awesome. Each job gets one passive as a freebie, and that's the one that's on their screen. Okay. So everything else is not a freebie. Thank you. It's helpful. Yeah, I wasn't sure if there was something going on behind the scenes, because like in Final Fantasy V they never tell you this, but secretly all of the support abilities are automatically active when you're on that job, and are actually automatically active if you play as a, I think it was a Mimic, or a Mime, and had jobs that were mastered. You would get all their support abilities for free without having to equip them, and the game just never told you. Although games don't really do that anymore. Completely hidden mechanics. Not so great when it happens. Yeah, I'm with you, Mega Man. Alright, nothing there. Mime and Freelancer get all the passives, yeah. Da-da-da-da. Great. Let me double check the previous floor that I got the chest count to 0. I might get another battle, but it's fine. Town says it's updated. What am I missing in the town? Oh, okay. We had one person manning it. Let's see, do you want to do area reclaimed? We've actually already unlocked most of the major interesting storage. I want to get the accessory shop. We might need to finish opening the weapon shop. No, I think this goes to the accessory shop. Blackwater Fen, 30 hours. Start with that. That should be ready by Wednesday. Right now, let's see if we can... Well, I think that's the fastest it's going to go. Mage Masher. Added effect silence. Pretty great. Alright, let's check to see. We have 0 chests in this floor. No, there's still one, so there must be a hidden passage here somewhere. Or a section of the map that we haven't visited. I'm gonna go with the ladder for now, come back. That other side where that staircase is. Yes, the clock runs the whole time. It's like Farmville, Cappy. So if you're taking a really long time to beat the game, eventually you'll win via upgrades in your town. You also can invite some more people to your town as real-time passes, like regardless of how many actual friends you have on the 3DS. It's quite nice. Yeah, they need to find out. They need to have a way to keep you from, like setting your system clock forward. All right, looking for hidden areas. They almost always along the bottom. Be along one of those black areas. I remember I was taking full advantage of the town building. I was doing stupid shit like setting alarms to make sure I woke up to change my town. I had to, you know, had to water my potatoes at 3 AM. Play Bravely Default Farmville. It ends up not mattering. You can completely ignore Norende and do fine in the game. There's the chest. Yeah, it's another spear. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. I'm okay with having bucklers for now. It seems fine. We'll switch her out to a second rod when we go back to town. Decided to leave the encounters on for now. If not so much for XP, but to get money. I'd like to be able to walk into the next city and just buy all the magic outright. I don't think I'm quite gonna be able to do that, since I mostly avoided random encounters in the last dungeon. But you move through it pretty quickly, especially with the indicators showing you how many chests there are. Yeah, I'm more or less a one-game kind of person when it comes to this thing. Right. Oh, there's still a chest here somewhere. But where is the question? Might still be on the other side. I don't think it's, I can't say for sure if it's a hidden passage yet. Yeah, that makes sense as a way to do it too, Goomba. Talking about the super bosses that require a game-breaking combo. I think that's a good way to handle the super bosses. Don't put them in front of regular enemies. But yeah, it's going to be impossible for them to exclude all the game-breaking combos from the game. There's only so much that a team of like 15 to 40 QA testers can do versus a million players with so many different abilities interacting with each other. So I guess the right solution is to give an actual challenge via DLC. I would like my white mage to be unsilenceable. That sounds great. I don't think I'm at actual risk of being silenced anytime soon. There's nothing that's required in the main game. You don't need to use any of the broken invincibility combos. Yeah, I agree, Spiky. It's only really... balance isn't really a problem. As long as it doesn't break too early. I don't like that it's so easy to get amazing equipment at the very beginning of the game via Nerende, and then you're not really interested in any of the upgrades you find after that because the stuff you got from Nerende was too good. I'd like to see that nerfed a bit. Or a solution like Final Fantasy IX where you're always excited about the gear you find regardless of its actual strength because it's tied to another mechanic, i.e. learning abilities. Yeah, so it becomes on the player whether you're okay with that. I mean, what JRPG doesn't do that? Who, raise your hand if you've one-shot Sephiroth before with Knights of the Round. You have to decide whether you want to opt into that experience or not. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Spiky. Yeah. Well, there's like the Vanish X-Zone trick, which they fixed in the Game Boy Advance version of Final Fantasy VI. Oh right, the blue chests. Can't open those until way later in the game, if I recall. In the GBA version of Final Fantasy VI, they renamed X-Zone to Banish, but then they fixed the bug. So if they hadn't fixed it, it would have been Vanish Banish. Get it out, Cappy? See ya. Thanks for hanging out, man. It's good seeing you. As always. Yeah, Vanish X-Zone was a glitch. Hence, fixed. I'm not entirely sure that the mechanic that uses the Spirit Master to become completely invincible was intended, the way that it ended up being used. I could see that it's not obviously not a glitch of the engine, but I could see the specific strategy kind of slipping past the developers. Do we want either of these? Holy shit, they cost money. Not for that cost, not with the money that I have right now. I'm gonna save it for the next town. You're not missing out terribly. There's some visual and sound degradation issues with the Game Boy Advance version that you can fix with mods if you're playing it on a emulator. The visual is just because the Game Boy Advance screen was super dark before it was backlit, and Final Fantasy VI itself was super dark, so they had to oversaturate it to compensate. There's a mod that fixes that. And the audio is bad because the speakers on the GBA are pretty tinny. Not as good as the SNES.
Tis? Come to save us the trouble of finding you, Vestal? How very
Xenoblade
courteous.
X is really breakable.
And just what are you doing here, Adia?
I'll go along with the Sky Knight's methods no longer.
You've no say in the matter. Defying orders is treason, girl!
Enough! You have us! Let the king go!
First, the Vestal comes to me.
A million players will always find things. You can only test for so long before you start getting diminishing returns from testing as someone who came from testing.
I'll not keep my head at the cost of an innocent girl.
The Steam release is the same as the mobile release, right, Goomba, with the different graphics?
You'll not keep your head at all.
It's like the interpolation effect, but turned way up.
Are you so eager to join the captain of your guard?
Heinkel, you were among the highest regarded warriors in the duchy. A paragon of chivalry.
Why are you being such a dick, Heinkel?
And the Sky Knights beneath you? I grew up on the tales of their brave and righteous deeds. But what I saw was a band of craven thugs. You defile the title of knight.
Green fool. All hands, seize these four. Kill the men if you must.
Right. Alright, so this is technically just a regular battle, but there's a lot of dudes. So we're gonna try playing around with them here. No real reason to use white magic. He's brave. Cure, status ailments, raise attack but has a chance of failure. Powerful but less accurate. None of those are words that I like to hear. Yikes. Poison arrow. Oh, shit. Not screwing around. Looks like they're weak against lightning. Yikes. Okay, well. We'll do that again then. She seems to go last, it looks like. Treat just recovers HP, so we want to do a little bit of... Oops. We want to do Poisona. And we want to do Cure. We want to do Cure. And we want to do a Cure All. And then you should attack Pikeman. And then you should just attack somebody. Sounds good. Oh well, that works too. Do a battle with her being poisoned immediately.
Such valor. You're quite the little heroes. And here I
Yeah.
still hope to resolve this peacefully.
Makes
and
sense,
let the good
Becky.
king go.
I'll just go back and save again after that little mini boss fight. So convenient. And MP seems to be pretty reasonable at this stage of the game too, playing on normal. Party chat god. Yeah, right, Yukipo. Undead weak to fire is pretty standard. Weak. You can cure undead too, right? Like traditional Final Fantasy. You've beaten it before, right? Oh, clearly you've beaten it, D-Rock. I have you on my friends list with a level 99 character. They like to use the word berth. They've driven an airship anchor into the building's roof. Not much for finesse. Don't confuse haste for speed. He's a knight who's ground chivalry into dirt. Yeah, right? Propagable. I think that there's a cheesable undead boss in pretty much every Final Fantasy since 4. Trying to think of a counterexample. Count backwards. There's the Undead Dragon in 10. There's one in 9, but it's escaping me. And the one in 8 is also escaping me, but I'm pretty sure there is one. 7 is the Gi Cave with Red 13. Let's see. Come back on the attacking path. Yeah, it's kind of a fun trope. Eight might have 2. It's a fun mechanic. It's a cool tradition to follow. I like it. It's not always obvious to the player, which is fine. Alright, were I to give Ringabel something different, does he really have anything he can equip? I might ability link one person, give us a little bit of wiggle room in fights. Haven't made that decision yet. We've been doing okay right now without it turned on. Like to manage my cheese.
Heinkel, this is your answer? And still you'd call yourself a knight? As daughter of a true knight. I know their pride is staked upon fair and honorable combat. Release your hostage! Then stand and face us! No more running, coward!
I like their face animation.
You invoke your father after
It's just a really
betraying
simple set
him?
of black lines superimposed on their face.
He's headed for the airship.
That makes no sense. Why should he flee? His aim is the Vestal, not the king.
He's baiting us?
Oh, so heal spells become like gravity spells against undead?
We'll lose him and the ship!
That's cool.
Well, I'm game to brave a trap.
I'm following you.
Anya, let's...
Right.
This game might get an award for like one of the silliest video game titles. Doesn't quite top Kingdom Hearts 358 divided by 2 days.
You're a bold lot, if not a smart one. This ship is a prison you entered willingly. Nowhere to run now, save down. Quickly. Really. I must thank you for taking the bait so
Yeah, right, Spiky? I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. Maybe if they ever put the Phantom Train into Hildebrand, maybe you'll have to heal it to death or
It's
something.
earned you a lavish cruise through the clouds, Vestal. And for your friends, a career as ballast.
You're a prisoner.
Career as ballast. That's a good line.
A knight without chivalry is a common bully. I'll see you stripped of that title here and now.
You wouldn't test your elders, girl. I thought to bring you home in chains. But no. All but the Vestal will end here as dew upon my blade. You'll die with the rest, traitor.
We'll see about that, buddy. 358 over 2 days. Super goofy. Alright. We're gonna do Thunder All. I'm gonna have her go all in on that, I think. But I think that he can buff the little 2 units. As a knight, I think he gets cover so he can take damage for them. I don't recall, it's been a long time. We'll have him default. That makes sense. Attack, no. Yes, you just attack. Let's do twice and hit both of them. Let's even out their damage. We'll see what happens after this first turn here. Yeah, he's using Protect the Ally. Ah, but magic can cut through it. Okay, cool. I think he takes net less damage than they would have taken if he uses it, or he would have taken if we had targeted him directly. I believe that's correct. Alright, so we're gonna do Poisona, and then Cure All. Yeah, I use Examine a lot. There's some games where the equivalent of Examine, like, it's tracked whether or not you used it. Remember if this one does that at all. Let's see what it does. Nice to know how many hit points they have in case you want to steal from them too. Default. Do a quick quadruple brave. Ring the Bell's pretty good at it too. Oh, actually, Ring a Bell doesn't hit very hard at all. Maybe I should have him go on heal duty, backup heal duty. Alright, Adia, you're going to be doing tons of damage. Oops. Bunch of thunders. Throw off. Well, we've got the MP, we may as well actually cast heal. Good enough. Yeah. Ow. Dude is not screwing around. Alright. I think that the Brave mechanic is the most interesting when it comes to healers and mages. There's all kinds of interesting... It's more interesting when you're like having them do multiple things per turn. I think that should be the goal with this system, is incentivizing you to do 4 different actions. It's instead of just repeat the same action 4 times. Whoa, I did not mean to do that. Well, I guess you can see Bravely to second mechanic. Oh, I can back out of it. No. I can press it and then press start to turn it off. Beautiful. Today I learned. And then both defend here. They can't do shit for damage. Alright, do another round of thunders. Thundercats. Do 1 heal on Agnes. And Ring a Bell is kind of useless right now with his current build. Heal all, defend, and wait. Yeah, right? It's like the equivalent from Shenmue of, perhaps I'll have another. Wait, no, maybe some other time. I guess I'll have Ring a Bell do some shitty useless attacks, rather than waste some turn defaulting. Hey, we beat the high goal. Level up, got a bunch of cash. Gauntlets, remember what that does. You got the Knight Asterisk. New Asterisk hype. Well-rounded warrior with excellent offense and defense. I like that they show you all their costumes right away in here too. It's neat. Swords, shields, and armor. Protect ally.
What's happening?
Waug. Good job vocalizing Waug. Dia, take the wheel.
Me? I can't drive this thing!
Oh, great.
What? You're a Sky Knight, aren't you?
Only Heimdall and the other officers knew how to pilot the ship.
Edea, might I ask you something? What is the...
What? Who cares about that? And how are you so calm?
Yeah, how are you so calm over there, Ring a Bell?
Galleon-class airship, am I correct?
Yes, but how? Is that in your book too?
Indeed it is. Let me have a go at steering.
Oh man.
But you have no memory.
Can Ring a Bell fly? Second nature, right?
So this goes here. That gets turned like so. Then we just...
Yeah, right, Spiky? I guess it makes sense. It's a nice way, if you zoom out, to sort of accomplish the white Tanuki suit from Super Mario Brothers, where, you know, the hardcore player who's just powering through the game really quickly isn't going to end up using it very much because it takes real time for it to regenerate. But a more casual player who's having trouble with a fight can wait until they have the full 3 SP and then probably win almost any fight in the game with 3 free turns. It's a pretty big deal.
Of course we are. I'm a crack pilot, apparently.
I never used Bravely Second in my playthrough. It's a cool mechanic though. Alright. Already have an airship-ish. What do we have to do? Rearrange your party. I guess I'll do this when I actually need the items. Spend a ton of time looking at it. Hey, Help Art Shop is complete. So I can invest more in it. Let's get that Carving Knight, Armor Shop, Trader. It's a lot of towns, so I've got to track now. Accessory Shop. Alright, we can't do it yet until this thing opens. And that's gonna take for goddamn ever. Let's put somebody here. That'll be enough to get it done next time we play. 50 hours might be pushing it. So we'll do 25. And I'll leave it. Alright, let's do Weapon Shop. Armor Shop. Starting to get there. Push the amount of time that we have for it to take. That should be fine. Let me reduce this one a little bit. Get this one down a little bit further. Perfect. Cool. I'm happy with that. I guess there's kind of the problem that I believe you can street pass bosses that aren't like level 99 and super broken OP. Hey Bunny Tails, how you been? Good seeing you. But you're playing it this late after release, everybody's level 99, so they're all passing around level 99 bosses. It'd be kind of tough to find a lower level one. If I recall, even the low level ones are pretty tricky until you have some kind of cheesy broken endgame strats anyway. Progress on the village seems to... okay, skip the Nurende stuff. Let's go with... what's he doing? If he gets one more... let's see, what's the level 4? I can use a Link to see what the abilities are, without having to Google it. Mislead, maybe? Dungeon Master. Avoid damage and status ailments from tricks, traps, and other dungeon devices. This effect applies to all allies. Okay, he should stay that as a freelancer then. We'll make Adia into a knight. And then I'm gonna make Tiz into a black mage with access to white magic. Should see what his level 3 ability is real quick, or level 4 ability. Looks like I can just look in a Link, that's nice. Mage. Staff Lore, okay. The only thing I would be excited about would be maybe self-healing, but that's a ways to go, so I'm happy to switch him over to Black Mage right now. Alright. Optimize, optimize. I'll have to do some further optimization here in a second. Going really well. This game is amazing, Bunny Tails. I've bumped it to the front of the list. It was at the top of the voting spreadsheet, but I wasn't going to be able to get to it probably until after this game's sequel comes out, Bravely Second, on April 15th. So I found some time in the schedule to fit it in a little bit early. I would like to grind it out and have it beaten so that we can play Bravely Default, or excuse me, Bravely Second the night that it comes out. That will be tons of fun. Very much looking forward to it. Make sure everyone has access at least to one of those. I have 2 bronze bangles and 2 bronze gauntlets for now, let's see. Okay. Really, it takes the... I guess this sword is really good. What do gauntlets do? Increases defense. I'll take it. We're gonna do the whole double rod mechanic. Keep him the white cape. Keep her immune to blind. I think that's smart. And then I don't really need to change anything here. Yeah. Works for me. How is Four Heroes of Light? Like, compared to Bravely Default, would you say it's like... If Bravely Default is a, I don't know, 9 out of 10? On that scale, where would you put it?
You, more than anyone, 'tis.
Oh, Bunny Tails, you're in for a treat.
Visited upon you and your home, and still you rose up to defend ours.
Bravely Default is like the spiritual successor to Final Fantasy. You know, Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy, left the company after Final Fantasy X was created, and they haven't really made a game in the old school style since then. So this one isn't called Final Fantasy, but it has all the same jobs, all the same items, potions, Phoenix Downs. It's got a really cool story, really fun gameplay.
If you are willing, I would gladly see you take up his sword. Will you continue to keep this land safe, son?
That makes sense, Goomba. Gotcha.
You honor me, Your Highness, but I cannot accept. I've promised on Yes that I'll join her on her journey.
Cal Disla shall be poorer for losing you. Know that you will ever have a home here.
Yeah. I'm glad that they spun it off, though. Like, Final Fantasy to me now pretty much means either it's an MMO or it's like the Tetsuya Nomura zippers and pendants extravaganza. Which is fine, those games are fun too in their own way, but...
I leave the matter of that horrible chasm to you. I have faith you'll see it unmade. May the crystals keep you in your journey.
Yeah, I'd say it's the best Final Fantasy since Final Fantasy X. Fabulous exploding star crystals. Chronicle of Final Fantasy XIII. It just gets really convoluted, and I don't know. I miss Sakaguchi. You get that feel again if you go back and play some of the Mistwalker games. But I think this game does a pretty good job of capturing it while having a very different, like, narrative tone. Feels a bit grimmer. I feel like Sakaguchi's stories are pretty optimistic on the whole. I mean, bad shit happens, but... Alright. Let's get moving. Yes, they do. It's a bummer. I like my turn-based combat. They should just go ahead and straight up make a platformer or something. Platformer RPG. When I play Final Fantasy XIII on stream, it'll be completely blind.
Now, my ladies, all you need do is simply speak the word, and I shall whisk you off to the very ends of existence.
And you're really sure that wasn't just a fluke before?
I haven't heard that, but that doesn't surprise me. It's got a weird name, like...
Rest assured, my dear, I never fail to properly escort a lady.
I hope that means good things. Like, I hope that's like the success of Mad Max and like Deadpool influencing the path that Hollywood takes, that Square's like, okay, we can do this.
Agnes, will you tell us why they were chasing you?
Is it equally popular in Japan, or is it mostly a Western success? I don't know if the Japanese are spearheading the anti-turn-based movement, or if there's still a niche audience for it. Anti-crystalism.
Based upon the idea of a society no longer dependent upon the crystals.
So it's kind of like a techno-atheist society.
It brands the crystal orthodoxy as a heretic faith, and the Vestals its minions. It was the philosophy I was raised upon. When the chasm appeared, every one of the Eternian forces was given the order to capture the Vestals.
Pretty well in Japan too.
Good
to hear.
Were the sinkhole's cause.
Yeah, 10 has some of the best turn-based combat in the series. I love the perfect information of the turn order indicator, showing you what the impact on your action is going to have on the next turn you're going to take.
That's not possible. Agnes has been fighting this whole time to fix what happened to Narende.
I know. I'm sorry. You've nothing to apologize for.
All of this paints the Duchy in a suspicious light, don't you think? Perhaps they know more of the chasm's true cause than they let on.
I cannot imagine we've seen the last of them. If any of you wish to go, do it now. I'll not blame you.
I'm staying with you. I just told the king as much.
Right, Spiky.
I'm in as well. I need to see for myself whether my people are right or wrong.
I think this game's pretty good with the turn-based combat. The initiative order is hidden, but as you get higher and higher level and access to better accessories, you can start to manipulate that. You can get your speed stat to a level that you can consistently act before the monsters, and then you can manipulate your party members' speed to get them to consistently act in a certain order that you preordain. It takes a while to get to that point. I would definitely prefer, if I could have Bravely Default with the initiative order thing that's from Final Fantasy X, I would take it all day.
So exciting, Agnes! You're finally headed back to the Wind Crystal side.
Yes.
Hooray!
To Anshine, the land of sand and time, and to the Temple of Wind.
Anshine, the land of sand and time? What's it like there?
I like the land of X and Y. I would just play games in a setting forever that were just like, let's pick two things.
Like an oasis in a vast desert beyond the sea, we make southeast of here.
Sounds good. And look at this game. They give you an airship in like the first couple hours of play. Press the A button to switch between sailing and flying. That said, you probably want to steer clear of the oceans in their rotted state. But sailing a port or sandy shore is needed to dock. It's inconvenient, but that's life. What's going on with Anshine? Amnesia joke, by the way. Good joke. Which way to Anshine? It's southeast. She just said that. Come on, ring a bell. No recollection to go by. I need reliable directions. Innkeep just said southeast. She means it's southeast of Kaldisla. Ah, aye. It's covered in a desert and hot, as though it were always midsummer. Hooray for the tradition of level 2 being a desert, right? Mario's kept that up. I've seen a couple other franchises will do it. Yeah, it's almost mandatory to get your character speed up to the point where you act first. I would agree. Especially if you had enemies that were as smart as you with using Brave and Default. Usually there's a few enemies that will default, and a couple that will Brave, but I don't think anybody will, like, go all out like a player would. It would be cool if they did some machine learning, like pay attention to your playstyle with Braving and Defaulting and have you fight a boss fight eventually versus a party that mirrors your style. Verdant lands, rich in water, entire kingdoms built in volcanoes. They could make some, like, I feel like you could take the Bravely Default combat system and make a puzzle game out of it, where each enemy has a preset script, like each party of enemies has a preset script of actions they're going to use, and you have to figure out exactly the right set of actions to respond to it without getting completely just raffle stomped. Sure to be right. Alright, here's the world map. Marvel in its glory. Despite having access to the whole world map, we're not just allowed to go wherever we want. You have to land in water. It's kind of fun when the railroading of the game, like the gating of content, informs the geography. It's like, oh, well, if you can only land in water, then there aren't lakes anywhere except for these two continents. Had that in a few games. Oh, what a surprise! You need to land in forests, and this island only has a forest on it. Talking about food again? Anshine's cuisine is spicy. Oh man, I'm excited for that. I love spicy food. My wife and I moving to New Mexico. Apparently it's going to be a paradise. Felt as though I was spewing flames. I broke into a full-body sweat. Sounds pretty intense. Give it to desert people to develop a taste for searing heat. I'm sure their women are no less fiery and Idea, not even directly shutting him down, but just ignoring him. Could do a Ring a Bell shutdown counter. Oh, you know, I don't know, Washu, but that sounds like that would be a game I would love to play. Like almost puzzle-focused turn-based RPG where, you know, they have a big team of people try to make the fights, the boss fights, kind of unfair. They use player-like tactics against you, but they always do the same thing every time, so you can try to figure out a hole in the strategy. Because the frustration in similar fights like that in RPGs will be when there's a huge amount of RNG, and it's hard for you to develop a good strategy because you don't know what the enemy's going to do. I can see it working either way. Okay, so the airship cannot cross the tall mountain. Hey, Polly. What's up, Pocket? Alright, so we've explored all the islands over here. Let's go southeast to the next area. I'm just kind of looking around though in the meantime. There is another area that they let us visit now. I recall it's like all the way over here. I'll show it off real quick. I remember coming here when I was first able to, and the enemies there are very strong, so it's very unlikely you'll be able to kill them, especially on hard difficulty like I was playing. But they also give a ton of JP and experience. Yeah, this island here, there's a bunch of high-level enemies. So I sat there and farmed for a long time to get the JP up ability. You know, I just trudged through it until I was finally able to beat one enemy, and that gave me enough experience to be able to fight the next enemy, and so on, until it became kind of reasonable to take them on. But we're not going to do that today in the interest of time. I like the idea of it can only land in water. It's nice. What kind of game is Fate Extra? I haven't heard of it before. Chapter 1, Sit and Stay are tricks for dogs. That is an interesting title.
We arrived in Anshine. Still no wind.
Are these desert places normally supposed to be windy?
When they're the
I'll usually turn on hard mode in JRPGs just because I have the problem of tending to grind and like min-max my gear, and then the game ends up being trivial. You still end up trivializing hard mode Bravely Default pretty quickly, but it at least delayed that. Kick the can down the road for me.
I see. All the more reason to hurry then. Which way to the temple?
From here, we need only head... we ought to make for... which way is it?
I've never heard of the Fate series before. Like, what's the back of the box elevator pitch summary for it?
Ignore anything she says. Anya's raises getting lost to an art form.
I'm impressed you made it to Kaldisla.
Just a moment. My
This is like the whole science bad with machines thing.
A clockwork metropolis, nestled in Harina's sandy bosom. Here, time, above all, is sacred.
I love his delivery there, that was
A
great.
massive timepiece crowns the kingdom, fueled as all of Anshine by the ceaseless currents originating from the Temple of Wind to the south.
It was a visual novel, okay.
Quite thorough, isn't it? Sounds as if you've been here before. Perhaps that book of yours is a travel diary?
I do seem possessed of a certain wanderlust. The normal sort as well. Ooh, perhaps I'll find a train of ex-lovers here among the sand.
Wanderlust and normal lust, I get it.
Let's be off. We make south.
I love if people just ignore Ring a Bell. It's probably the best way to do it. Oh man, ominous cutaway to the villains. I forget the name of this trope.
All present, Lord Marshal. Save the usual tune, at least.
Dude has weird looking fox hair.
No matter. Let's begin.
I trust word has reached you from Kaldisla. The Knights of the Eternian Sky have fallen to the Vestal.
I'd not thought the girl so bloodthirsty as all that.
It appears she surrounded herself with capable guards. What's more, it pains me to say it, but Idia's whereabouts have been lost amid the chaos.
That is no concern of yours. Do not confuse personal matters with your assigned task, Alternus.
Alternus is pretty sweet looking.
My apologies, Lord Marshal.
Got Dark Knight.
Not only did the Sky Knights fail, they've given the Vestal wings. Why they didn't simply kill the child, I'll
Propagable.
never know.
Keenly insightful as ever, Victoria. Yet I fear we've need of the Vestal alive.
It's pretty cool. The closest to visual novel I've played is like Heavy Rain, or I guess Phoenix Wright is borderline visual novel.
If she fled by air, it's a simple matter to track her. She makes for Anshine by necessity.
And to the Temple of Wind. Anshine does face upon the Floorshine Sea.
Of course. Most of the world's seas have gone putrid, but the inner sea remains navigable. That would offer the airship a berth.
They really like that word,
What
berth.
does she aim to do there? Why return to the crystal now? It smells of some sinister plot.
Anshine is the province of the Cammer and Profiteur merchantry. What say you, Lord Marshal?
We haven't the leisure of chasing the Vestal across the globe and back.
He's Lord Marshal, like Marshall is his title. He's not like his last name is
We
Marshall.
need her in custody.
It's not like
now.
Marshall from
Tell the merchantry to employ any
How I Met Your Mother.
They must.
Doesn't sound like Jason Segel. Yeah, I was looking at that Heat 10. I'm pretty excited for Gothic. It's just it's a genre that I haven't really crossed paths with very much, and the style of it sounds really cool. By the way, I don't know if everyone was around when I threw him a host, but everybody should throw a follow to Heat 10 Style. Really, really cool dude. Was streaming Metal Gear Solid 5 last week. And you used to stream League of Legends under a different name, is that right? A while ago? But if you like that kind of chill personality and analytical approach to talking about games, what makes games great, I think you really like Heat 10's channel. It goes live. Let me hit save here. Visual novel hybrid. Gotcha. I haven't heard of Zero Escape either. I guess that's just a area of gaming that hasn't really crossed my desk, really. I started with additional BP, I see. Okay, got it now. Plan was to keep Ring a Bell as a freelancer until we get his next job up, and then we'll switch him to something else. We'll see if we have another job unlocked by then. Steins Gate. Was that, what console was Steins Gate for? I watched the anime. I heard it was a visual novel.
Apprehensive Vestal by any means necessary. Seems the Council of Six is growing desperate.
Those were their words. I've relayed them to you.
This guy's costume is great.
My contract states
They did a really
I
good job
receive
with
payment for my troubles
unique
from you.
character designs, I think.
Then your contract is mistaken. I've heard nothing of the sort. Bah, fine. You'll have your fee. But I am taking a small discount.
Oh, awesome,
Only
Heat 10.
fair as a regular
I really liked
customer,
Steins Gate. I didn't like how it ended so much, but the middle chapters were some of the best time travel fiction I've experienced.
If you must.
Oh, awesome flaring.
This Vestal is
Oh, I didn't know what that icon was, Heat 10. I am passing familiar with League of Legends. Like, I played it when... Who's the Clockwork hero champion? The one with the orbs? That was the last time I played League of Legends. Since then, I like read the subreddit, like I'm reading the newspaper from a city I used to live in. I played it before it got really serious and everybody was standardizing roles and lanes and shit like that.
Until I see a profit,
Before
I'll
the
not move an inch.
barrier to entry was quite so huge.
Business is business, yes?
It's pretty good, Goomba. It takes a little while to kick off. Around episode 12, it gets really good and stays really good for about 6 episodes. Oriana, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, so that was, I don't know if that dates me from when I played it. I think it was around when I met Andrea, actually. Never expected to find such a clockwork wonder in the middle of a desert. I love the stock desert instruments we use, video game music, it's great. Red sitar. When to stop, the air is stagnant. What about the water? Is that contraption drawing up drinking water? I recall hearing it was quite costly last I was here. Surprised to learn water came free in Galdisla. I'd always known it as something to be bought, so you can imagine my delight. What of the women here? Are they beautiful, passionate, devoted? What would you suggest for a date spot? I need a list of good restaurants if you please. Unacceptable. Glad that I try to keep my sound effects like reasonable and as unobtrusive as possible, and I don't have like a lemon grab Justin Roiland unacceptable sound effect. Chris Parnell doing a voice. Yeah, I can hear that flaring. I love Chris Parnell, he's pretty great. Vibration is worse. I can't get to sleep with that hum. I like that the party conversations sort of require a little bit of imagination because they're oftentimes describing things that aren't actually happening in the game proper. And there's not actually a humming clock in town. Adds to the novel experience of the game. I think of other games that will do stuff like that where characters will talk about something that's not been directly presented to you that you kind of have to use your think about it in your mind's eye. Shit is expensive here. Good God almighty. Alright, I'm going to go on a pig farming mission outside. So normally stream wraps up around 6 o'clock Pacific. My wife Andrea is busy today. She is... let's get all this. Oh yes, I'll just take everything on the menu. You're gonna want sleep. That's helpful for now. We'll go farm some money to buy all that other stuff, and then we'll get this stuff from the weapon shop. Anyway, she's at a collaboration meeting, so she's gonna be going out for some dinners with colleagues tonight. I will probably stream later as a result. Maybe we'll go another hour or two over in the service of getting Bravely Default closer to completion. We're gonna save here in a second. Let me play around with the settings though, because we need to farm some cash. Is that all? That's it. Double check that everybody's still optimized. Not you. So dumb. Put Agnes in front and get that upgrade. And switch it back later. There we go. Hidden passages. Config, difficulty, encountering 100. Perfect. What remains will be on YouTube. We'll see how late I go. I might wrap up a little bit sooner than that. I'll probably have to take a break to go feed the cats and grab something to drink here in about 8 minutes, so... throw up the BRB. Oh, Mr. Pocket. If you're ever lacking for that premium Marstead content, I'm going to be out of town next week, and my original plan was to air, like rebroadcast some stuff we've done before, and to air some of like my wife Andrea's blind playthrough of Undertale, and my ongoing playthrough of Dark Souls, but unfortunately it escaped me that the way that I rebroadcast material is by, like, remoting into my home computer while I'm away from my house. My home computer is going to be on a truck, so I won't be able to do that while I'm gone, unfortunately. But I should be able to do it next time I have to take off, so we'll still have the Undertale blind playthrough for airing in the future, and more of the Dark Souls second playthrough. So while I'm out next week, implore you, check out some of the videos on YouTube. If you would like to, you're welcome to timestamp some of them. That helps me out a bunch. You can go to bounty.marstead.com, has a list of instructions for how to go about timestamping. Basically, it's like while you're watching the video, it's like, oh, there's a boss fight. What time did it occur? And I'd award sphere points for that. And spend those sphere points to go to the next game and stream. $64 peak per fight, that's not bad. I could switch everyone to a black... No, that seems excessive. Do they all have access to level 1 black magic if I give them that as a backup ability? It'd be enough for them to do some okay damage here. Yeah, I think you'll like her playthrough. It's quite good. She managed to avoid the spoiler. I don't think I spoiled it for her. Anyway, the thing that I was spoiled for Undertale, which informed my playthrough, I got a nasty YouTube comment recently about how frustrating it was that someone had told me this thing about one of the endings and or one of the endings you can achieve or a way you can play Undertale. Mostly blind aside from that. Yeah, but I also want them to be getting job points towards a job that I care about, you know? I want everybody to be a black mage. But I guess that is the intended mechanic. If I'm really here for money and not XP, then, maybe I can roll with it. Everyone is level 1 black magic for free. Okay, that's helpful to know. Further reason not to switch it over, although I'm sure their stats at casting black magic ain't so great at this point. If I do it, it will be for the purpose of getting cash really fast. We'll keep Ring-a-Bell as a freelancer for now. I need him to get his next level up. Try doing a fight here and see what happens. I think we're supposed to come back to this cave later, but maybe I can do some stuff here now. Yeah, I wish, Propagable. There's a particular scene in Undertale that had the kind of the wind drawn from its sails if the player knows about the whole ending situation and what the requirements are for them. Particularly if you're trying to do a pacifist run. Fine, Anyas, go ahead and railroad me. At least I marked the spot on my map. Yeah, I suppose that's also a problem, sir. No, I hear you. I think that sandworms are weak against ice. Or water. Water is an actual element in this game. Independent from ice. Sometimes it is. Do single enemy fights like that? Okay, it is weak against ice. Single enemy fights like this count against Sweeper. I need to get a fight where we're actually hitting a group of enemies. Yeah, no, I can hear you, Manok. There's a few other things I can think of that are like that. Let's see, the band Tool. I really like Tool. It's kind of hard to like them though, with the fan base. Homestuck. My Little Pony is actually a really good show. I mean, it's like Samurai Jack or Powerpuff Girls. You know, it's not Genji Tartakovsky, but Lauren Faust was involved in that, and it's just good. But the fan base makes it look really, really bad. Yeah, so Undertale is by far my most popular video on YouTube, and I get some interesting characters will pop in. I get some really great people too, like, got several people in chat right now that came here because of Undertale, and I'm really glad that I played it. But there's definitely a spectrum of the hardcore fans and what they're willing to tolerate and not tolerate, you know? I don't know what it is about certain types of content that draw that out in people, you know? Like, it's like the sort of experience, game, movie, TV show that's got a very niche audience, but that audience is very hardcore and rabid. Right, with it being Toby, and I love Homestuck. It's fucking hilarious. It's one of my favorite things. I remember I was reading it because I used to read Problem Sleuth by the same author, and then I took a break from it for a couple years, and I started seeing people dressed up as like the trolls and stuff. Like, oh, that's cool. People cosplaying. It's like, oh, people take Homestuck really like freakishly seriously. Yeah, I think Undertale does deserve its popularity. It's cool. It's critically a very good game, regardless of tastes. I think that it's a very important game, and it kind of plays the genre on its head. And it manages to spend, I'd say, about 90% of the game without being cringy. Fan or indie-style stories, just by nature of not having a lot of people there on the editing table to trim stuff, can trend towards being overdone and a little cringy, but I didn't think that Undertale was for most of the experience. There's a couple parts of it that are like, eh. But I think 95% of the game is really, really, really good. Yeah, right, Propagable? Oh, I love Homestuck so much. I was following it pretty religiously. I got my friend Hapax into it. It's some really funny shit, like... It's pretty cool with him contracting people to write music for it, for this, which is effectively just a webcomic. Homestuck itself, like, the name is an Earthbound joke. Homestuck, Earthbound. Yeah, I managed to get around that in my playthrough, Manok, by having a pretty active mod team. Like, I was still getting some shit for interacting with chat too much during the epilogue portion of the game. But the mods are doing a pretty good job of, like, keeping chat clear if people are being spoilery, or people are getting irritated that I wasn't spending 20 minutes talking to an NPC. And move on and ignore it. Right. Yeah, Undertale is the only video on YouTube that I had to turn on comment, like, approval queue. I still read all of them, but I don't let them all get through, because there's some interesting ones. Really? Oh, that's a bummer, Manok. That's too bad. I think that being privy to the whole pacifist thing was probably helpful. I would have just asked. Like, some of those fights, it's a little obtuse what you're supposed to do. Yeah, I can hear that, Flarewing. I agree. I don't have a party Poisona. Okay, that's good to know. Right, I think that's what we were talking about, Propagable, that most people have that ruined for them. I guess the intended experience is that that's not ruined for you. You play it once, you get the normal ending, and you're like, fuck. Well, let me play it again, completely from scratch. But that involves a, huge chunk of additional time that most people are going to get that normal ending and say, okay, whatever, and they'll move on and miss out on a huge chunk of content like Serp was getting at. I don't know, it's tough. It's a game that requires extreme maturity on the part of its fan base when interacting with other people playing it live or via YouTube comments or whatever. Really, E10? I haven't heard of it. I only know of there's like normal, genocide, and pacifist. 20p a night? That's a steal. Yeah, no, I think you're right, Propagable. If you're trying to like get the... You're still getting the normal ending. with that impact being reduced. But you're still able to sit there and imagine what the impact would have been if you hadn't have had that spoiled for you, so it's not the end of the world. We're gonna do a little bit more. I want to buy all the spells before we progress the plot in this town. Yeah, Spiky, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a failing of Undertale. Kind of. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's what you're supposed to feel, is that you accidentally killed a frog at the beginning of the game. And you're meant to feel bad about it after the fact. But you're right, like, the game hasn't taught you, so how are you supposed to know what to do? Unless if it teaches you. I mean, maybe if it intercepts you the first time that you do it and gives you a chance to back out of it and let you know, hey, it's sort of like what we were talking about with Pillars of Eternity. You know, I walked into this house, walk into houses all the time with my party of 6 people, but this one time I walked into somebody's house, everybody starts, like, attacking me, like, oh, these must be bad guys. Like, no, you invaded their house, you monster. Okay. The game didn't really give me a heads up that that's what I was getting myself into, so I didn't make a save beforehand. I didn't appreciate the consequences of my actions until about 20 minutes into the area. Oh, you're talking about the dungeon area? Yeah. There's the first fight that you win in Pacifist through some shenanigans that's difficult to figure out. That's not clear based on everything else they've taught you up to that point. I believe that it's expected that you do that, do it incorrectly, and then load your save, because there's custom text in there if you load your save. Like, Flowey knows what you did and reprimands you for it. And when I was Googling it, after I beat the game, like, apparently that experience is almost universal among people who are truly playing it blind, that they make that mistake and they reload their save and they get admonished for it and they freak out. That's really cool. I almost wish I would have had that experience. No, I'm a fan too. It's there's fandoms out there where you say, now trust me, I'm not a crazy person, but I like Tool, or I'm not a crazy person, but I like anime, which you shouldn't have to say. Like, but there are people that have an automatic negative reaction because they've experienced people who take it too seriously, you know, that they give it a bad name. Yeah, I hear you, E10. Shit, this guy doesn't mess around. Res up and heal out of this fight here. I think people agree on that concept. I want to switch people back to their previous jobs. Hold on. He's gonna stay a black mage, right? Yeah, it already is. You are gonna go knight, and Ring a Bell's already a freelancer. And this is nice too, like somebody dies, in a lot of games you're just kind of screwed trying to get back to town. Here, turn the encounter rate off. Not a big deal. I guess it makes individual player deaths when you're exploring less severe from dungeon to dungeon, but I don't know, I think it's worth that reduction in complexity. Alright, Tiz is in the front because Agnes is dead. Yeah, no, I hear you, Flarewing. Flarewing, did you get the full experience on your first go? Did you know or intuit the trick to it? Or did you have to reload at any point? Yeah, I think that the power of Undertale's narrative is its subtlety. But the problem is that for people who have already played the game, and I get this all the time on Twitch, and it's the hindsight is 2020 thing. It's like, what do you mean you didn't notice this? This thing in the game clearly says it, and you missed it. It's like somebody's like, well, yeah, it clearly says it for you because you've played it before and you know that what that hint means now. But at the time, you have no idea. An example is Dark Souls, right? There's obviously the spoiler policy on this channel technically is if we played a game on stream, it's open for discussion. But I'll give a warning talking about Dark Souls. There's a painted doll that you get that opens a painting to go to a magic world. It's really cool. The game gives you plenty of hints to figure it out. It's actually really clever. You are able to figure it out on your own. I think it's very reasonable. And there's a set of armor in the game for like the guardians that are defending it that mentions that they're guarding the world inside the painting. That should give you a big heads up that that's, you know, a secret place that you should be going to. And it's the kind of thing that, like, you're probably not going to look at that armor set on your first playthrough, and if you are, you might not make the connection the first time. But once you know that the painting goes to a secret world, obviously it's going to make perfect sense, and anyone who didn't notice that is an idiot, right? But it's because of the hindsight is 2020 effect. You have to be really careful, I think, when going back and saying, oh, the game did tell you, it did convey to you. Like, really, is that how you discovered it? If it is, good for you, but recognize that not everyone's going to experience it and be conveyed to in the same way as you. Unless if the game outright says, you know, reload your save, dumbass. And they don't. Yeah, I agree, sir. It's a point of flawed design. I think the game is quite good. I mean, I think it's a function of it being made by pretty much a single person. Like, no work created by a single person with zero input from others can be as good as a work created by a team, I think. Just from an editing perspective. Like, you need people to come in and say, this works, this doesn't work. It can be its own unique brand of good, which I think Undertale definitely is, but I mean, there's an inverse to that where you have teams that are too large. You feel like corporate games like Activision and Ubisoft annual titles that are ultra micromanaged, and there is no creative personality that's directing the whole thing. That's the other problem on the other side of the aisle. So I anticipate if we're going to be grinding for Peeg in most of the areas to buy magic, like welcome to the Marsted's grinding in Bravely Default game design discussion power hour, and change the category to gaming talk shows for 30 minutes or so before we progress the plot. I think I'm going to have enough money here to buy the last spell, and then maybe pick up some of the gear that's in town, some armor upgrades. I could go check out that other area that's like northeast of here, but I don't think I'm strong enough to fight the enemies. Maybe if I turn on the inherited, like the Link abilities. Oh, that's awesome, Propagable. Yeah, I try to sell, like, people don't always get, well, very, very frequently people don't understand Twitch. And I'll use Undertale as an example if they play video games. If they don't play video games, I usually go for like horror movies. Like, yeah, you can only watch a horror movie once and be legitimately scared. Now you know where all the scares are. You want to watch somebody else play or watch the movie so that you can see them get scared too. There's vicarious experience. But Undertale is a great example of people really are looking for that blind check mark. Yeah, right. Goomba. I know the one you're talking about, Flarewing. Yeah, it's probably worth looking up. I had a few questions like that in chat where it was like, look, you guys don't need to tell me the answer, but is the answer I'm thinking in the right direction? Yes or no? And people said no, like, thank you, you just saved me 30 minutes of time. The way I'll do that with other games is, look, you guys don't need to tell me the solution, but is it in this area? No, there's nothing in this area. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to go around hitting every wall with my sword for 40 minutes. That's pretty strong. I think the immersion thing requires a certain lack of chat interaction, though. It's a slider. Like, if you're committing to responding to people in chat, that's it. No matter how immersed you are in the game, it's going to pull you out more than someone who's completely ignoring chat 100%, you know? And that's regardless of, like, who's populating the chat. But I think if a couple people mentioned that maybe Undertale is a better game to, like, record offline and then stream and maybe hang out with chat while they're watching your playthrough. I could hear that argument. I've certainly haven't been as immersed in the game that I've been playing on Twitch than I have been playing those same games offline. Like, I got a much better sense of the Dark Souls storyline playing it casually offline, doing my New Game Plus playthroughs. Just because I didn't feel bad sitting and opening up the items and reading every item description for an hour. Oh, you should totally play at night. It's a really good game. I think everybody should play Undertale, especially if you're a JRPG fan. It kind of deconstructs the genre. Yeah, the mods made that game. Absolutely. You're in chat and you helped mod the Undertale playthrough. Thank you again. It made a huge difference. That was the advice that I got too, is that you gotta be ready for it. A couple times I was able to do it. I was like, look guys, I need to focus on and immerse myself in this section. If I look at chat, it's gonna get bad, so for the next 20 minutes I'm just not gonna look. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Sometimes I'd say, okay, I'll ask for chat as an aggregate to make a suggestion to me, but I won't look at it until I see it get cleared. Yeah. A few more of these. I'm checking everybody's stats here soon. Languskov? What kind of game is that? Yeah, that's what I was suggesting, Manok. A couple people have mentioned that too. Like, if you're a streamer, maybe record it offline. Responded to the message there. Yeah, wasn't that the best propagable? It was pretty funny too. They decided not to give me a hint, and it was like, just as I was starting to figure out what I was actually supposed to do, their lack of hint put me in the wrong direction. So I completely changed my strategy and wasted another 20 minutes, but it was a good experience. I liked it. Yeah, that makes sense, Goomba. It's hard. Like that the boss literally comes in and like physically destroys the option that you're used to. But you've just spent the last like 7 hours playing this game that tells you not to trust it, right? If you trust what you see in this game, you're clearly wrong. Try something else. So it does eventually signpost it to you, but you have to flail your arms at it for a while. And maybe a solution to that fight would have been to have multiple solutions. Like, yeah, you can do it the one way without getting penalized. If you died 7 times, that counts too, you know, something like that. But that's another example where people, especially people in chat, would say, "Oh, that was totally signposted to you. He physically destroyed the option you've been using in every single fight up to this point." But well, yeah, you only know that because you've beaten the fight. anti-sign posted. No, I don't even think I remember doing that. Yeah. Because I never beat anybody by doing that, like reducing them and then selecting the command. Buy this last spell. We're gonna check the weapon shop, and then we're gonna move on, I think. Quake. Sounds good, Peter. Switch these guys back around real quick, too. And special, just for curiosity. I guess they just default to whatever their level 1 thing is. Guess I could give them all fire elemental, although if we ever fight a fire elemental enemy, it's not gonna be fun. Maybe I'll take those off. I ended up naming them all after, like, classic Final Fantasy weapons in my first playthrough, if I recall correctly. That weren't already in the game.
Silence, one and all!
Yeah, that's added in a patch, and it doesn't happen until a really long time. I didn't see it for about 30 minutes. I did see the text, but it took about 30 minutes of the fight for it to come in.
My people, I thank you for your tireless efforts. As you are well aware, our glorious nation's production has suffered a harsh fall since the wind's cessation brought the Grand Mill to a halt.
Yeah, no, I think it's great. I wish I would have had that experience, E10. I wish I would have had the tutorial thing happen. I wish I would have reloaded the game, gotten Flowey to say the thing, uninstalled the game, tried it again from scratch, still have it remember, you know, and play through the game not knowing. Maybe make another mistake somewhere else, get the message in the long golden hallway about XP.
The desert night. In the wake of this crisis, you rose up and took matters literally in hand, operating the turbines manually. I, your king, lack words to thank you for your hard
I think that's the
work.
intended experience. Like, when you attack her, this, like when she's close to, instead of bringing her to low health, you do like a critical hit. I think that's supposed to happen to most players. Yeah, I really like that part Propagable. That whole section, the long hallway leading up to it, where they're like explaining all the backstory, like that's probably one of the only times I've been emotionally affected by a game while playing it on Twitch. I was immersed enough in that sequence.
At this rate, our proud
Silent Hill 2 hit me pretty bad. I played that on Twitch and that still got me.
is doomed to ineluctable decline.
I think Silent Hill 2 will probably hit any, like, married person pretty hard.
I find myself
If you let
without
yourself get
recourse but to revisit my prior fiat regarding
absorbed
the
in it.
schedule of all able-bodied citizens.
So this king guy is an asshole and he's enslaving the town because the wind is busted.
And will extend beyond the current 1659 until 2059, effective immediately.
Jeez, they have to work an extra 4 hours a day. This is like the guy in Bioshock Infinite that's kind of enslaving the populace with unfair labor practices.
We're flesh and blood. We need rest. In so doing, turbine output is expected to rise to 30% of its former value before the wind ceased output of...
Yeah, Serp, I'll put that track on and just listen to it on repeat. Gotta save the wind.
What?
Even without the wind, it sounds like these guys are being dicks. I don't know, you guys will have to watch Andrea's playthrough. We're going to a wedding at the end of April. I'll probably have a day where I can stream Andrea's playthrough.
Just as yours. But I ask that you join me in remembering the cause of our woes. The crystal orthodoxy and the vessel's indolence. Therein lies the true cause of the wind's absence. And what has the great Vestal done since the air went still? What did she do in the face of your suffering?
What kind of game is that, Heat10? I don't think those kinds of games can be bad. I think it'd be fun to watch somebody play The Witness, for example.
She abandoned you.
Yeah, Stanley Parable's good.
To save herself alone. In this, Ansheim's first and direst hour of need, the vessel we loved and trusted is powerless or unwilling to help. Though it pains me deeply to tell you of these things, I cannot deny this simple truth.
The problem with Stanley Parable, it's a cool game. I get it. Like, it clicks for me, but like, it's a little heavy-handed. It spends about 3 times as much time as it should on each of the things that you do. If they kept it really, really brief, you know, I think that would be better. It's funny, you laugh, and you're like, okay, this is like an SNL sketch that's going on. They needed to fill out a 2-minute sketch, and they only wrote 1 joke for it.
What result of years of worship at the altar of the crystal brought us?
So the king of Ansheim is now a crystal atheist.
Once more I say it,
Techno-crystal
it is
atheist.
by our own hands that
So
we
he
shall
doesn't
push
like
this glorious kingdom ever forward.
Agnes, who is a Vestal, like a priestess of the crystal faith. That was really cool.
There. Just now, that leer. That was aimed at us.
Seems that little speech was for your benefit, Agnes.
Yeah, I might need to check that out, Propagable.
Slander is what it is. That creep's giving you no chance at all to defend yourself.
Agnes.
It's the indie developer problem. It's not the developer's fault. It's just that there aren't as many people on the team to say no and to edit things down. The George Lucas problem. Although George Lucas manufactured his, he had a huge team. He just created an environment where no one felt comfortable saying no. So that's on him. But you know, if you only have X amount of dollars to develop your game, there aren't physically other people to edit your shit down. Common in Japanese games. It's tough. It's a sliding scale. You make sacrifices in one area. If you do the Mass Effect 3 thing where like pretty much your choices in the prior 2 games doesn't generate any unique content in Mass Effect 3, you get slightly different conversations for the most part, but you go through all the same maps and you fight the same bosses and the actual playthrough is basically the same. That was a bummer for me. I would have been much happier if they had made 2 games, like one for 2 different maps and 2 different things you had to do for each of your decisions in the prior 2 games, but that would be a huge amount of work that wouldn't be experienced by a huge chunk of the player base, so I understand why EA didn't do it and let BioWare do it. You came and saw the chasm. You showed me a path forward. Yes, ma'am. Alright. How are we doing? We've got all the magic we need. We've progressed the plot. We've got 1600 Pig. So maybe you can get some cool shit. I think I want weapons. It's boring, but it gets the job done. We already have the Iron Knuckles, the Longsword Dia. But it's not an upgrade because her katana is better. So that might be a way. That's like 500 P. That's pretty expensive. That reduces Tiz's magic attack. That's not as good as the Iron Knuckles. The Kukri would be an upgrade for Ring a Bell. A significant upgrade. I don't have one, I'll buy one. Alright. Shields are upgrades for everybody. Could buy 4 of them and go broke. These are also upgrades for everybody. Don't need to get any of these. This is a better overall upgrade, I think. Keep a look at the other stuff as we go. Money's gonna be tight in this game, I get a feeling. Get broad. Hit the other tournament this real quick. Alright, Propagable, see you around. Thanks for hanging out today, a lot of fun. It was good seeing you. I'll probably be streaming for about another hour or so to maybe wrap up around 7:30.
His Majesty bids you come.
Yeah, like it when done right. It is challenging for a developer to be able to make all of that mutually exclusive content, knowing that, first of all, a huge chunk of their player base isn't even going to finish their game. Second of all, a huge chunk of their player base isn't going to play it more than once. Of the people who finish it, an even smaller percentage are going to play it a second time, even if there are branching paths. It has to be something that's exceedingly short, like Stanley Parable, or quite short, like Undertale.
I see you've returned, Vestal. Why then did you not come to me for an audience immediately? I was dreadfully worried, you know. I'd begun to think you'd fallen victim to some terrible accident.
I would invite in Undertale, like, it forces you to do the main playthrough, but then at the end there's like an epilogue sequence where they let you go back and undo your mistakes. Snake Eater does something like that. There's this boss fight against the Sorrow that changes depending on the number of characters that you've killed in the game.
I fear it was worse even than your majesty had imagined.
So tell me, was it worse than the state of your own nation? Are you even aware of the situation here?
The wind remains still.
And the Grand Mill
Probably not the best day to go talk to this guy. He did just report that I'm an anti-crystal atheist. I hate the Vestals. They're responsible for this. Let me go talk to this guy. He sounds like he's going to be reasonable and helpful.
The turbines that form the heart of this kingdom, the greatest symbols of her wisdom. Now
because the frustration with Undertale is that to get to the real experience, you have to start the game over from the beginning. But what if there was like a gameplay segment that was you atoning for your sins? Like Dark Souls style, maybe even in a new save file after you've played through the normal ending, and it instead of taking 8 hours to get back to where you were, it takes 20 minutes, but it's still significant.
The hands of our citizens.
And they still have some throwaway line saying, "I know that you did this."
Now upon their sacrifice. And even that will not last forever. We need that mill turning again soon. Not by our citizens' hands, but by the wind.
By the wind.
Whose job is it to see that the wind blows, if not the Vestals? I can think of no other value you provide, save that. Anyway, will you now end the suffering your negligence has caused to this land? To its people?
This guy is kind of an extreme dick.
Perhaps you would sooner run again. Turn away from the plight of your people.
No, we're not skipping it.
If that is all His Majesty
Ellipsis.
wishes to say, I'll be on my way. I haven't the time to waste here.
Shut him down, Anyas. Very nice. Leave the party waiting, though.
I'll not be spoken to like this. Just
Life is
whose
pain,
fault do
dude.
you think this mess is, girl?
Your fault. Resoundly. I think I can get a new job soon. I think it's optional, though.
Not that I blame you.
So I believe most of the jobs remaining in the game are optional.
Mad? I felt no anger. Only fear.
His tone was far from pleasant, but he didn't seem dangerous.
The people who had come to hear him speak
Dangerous, really? He's making everybody work like 18-hour days. Yeah, what's it like,
only
E10?
as the Vestal, not a human being. I don't know how to speak to them. Just thinking on it sets my legs to trembling.
That explains the tense look you've worn since we landed here.
Personally, I felt amazing after that little conversation. Did you see his face? It was purple. I nearly laughed out loud.
I love games that have stupid long titles like that. Charles Barkley, Shut Up and Jam, Gaiden, Chapter 1 of the Hoops Barkley saga.
I tuned him out about halfway through his speech myself. I never did have much attention span for listening to men go on. Now women.
In any case, we
I think that-
to the temple. It's all that I can do.
I don't like the womanizing characters archetype most of the time, but Ring a Bell's an exception for a couple reasons. One, I think he's actually funny, like, and two, I think his voice actor delivers his lines very well. And I think that the other characters' approach to generally just ignore him, like, it can be over the top when, particularly in anime, when characters just go completely crazy bonkers, reacting to the person. So just ignoring it most of the time or huffing and moving on, a better way to handle it, I think. That could be cool. Propagable recommended a game that I might beat before Subblock is over, He10, and just added a backup game in case I beat it early. So if you ever want to throw it on there, maybe you can find a collection of super short games. That could be a fun way to do Subblock. Each crystal is wed a Vestal who spends her lifetime in steady prayer. Vestalings, girls chosen as successors of the Vestals, go to live in the temples. They leave its premises only very rarely. Temple is also home. Oh, ring a bell. Yep, be quiet. So you're inside the temple ever since you became a Vestaling? Rare to leave, save for a few public rites each year. Now, I don't know. I think that you're expected to be like, oh, magic, we love crystals. Forget these guys that don't like the crystals. But this whole game gives me this heebie-jeebie feeling that, like, I should be on the side of the anti-crystalists, even though they're going around and conquering nations. Like, they do a good job of making the religion seem dodgy, whether it's dodgy or not. And recalling my first playthrough of this game, the whole Japanese all religions are evil trope in video games. Oh, Yu Yevon, these guys are totally good. Basically any Breath of Fire game. Chivalrous pervert. You know, I think that's what it is in Nereus. And it's that he's a womanizer, but he's not creepy. He's like Han Solo. He's a scoundrel. He's charming. He has charisma. He's not like a womanizer who like looks up girls' skirts and things. I think you nailed it right on the head. That's exactly right. And I think that's much harder to write, you know? You can claim someone's a womanizer and have them be a total creep and perv all the time. Religions and chancellors, right? Unless if they're mushrooms. Yeah, this town's design is great.
I believe this is our first meeting, yes?
Flarewing pointed out that this guy sounds like Chris Parnell doing an accent. Chris Parnell is the dad on Rick and Morty. He's Jerry. He's also on SNL, and he's in Archer. He's Cyril Figgis. I have to find out who's voicing this guy. What's his name?
Erutus
Profiteer.
Chairman of the Camel and Profiteer Merchantry.
He sounds just like him. There's no way they got Chris Parnell, right? Voice. Is that Spidey? What the shit is that? It's not Chris Parnell, but it's very, very close. Yeah, their whole land of sand and time.
Now, what is it you are needing today? We are
This design's really funny.
Water licensed by the king himself, and we take pride in our products. No effort
He heard
is
me,
spared in
Goomba.
providing the cleanest, freshest water possible. The results are clear. Water humor, yes?
Oh, good joke.
But I have lost the time again. I have appointments waiting, my friends. Let us speak again soon. Guard! Our honored guests are leaving. See they are seen out. Have a refreshing day.
His mouth is animated differently from a lot of the other characters too. He's much more cartoony. I like the stylized approach to the characters in this too. I think the era of attempts at brown, bloomy photorealism are fading at last. Unauthorized withdrawal of well water is a prosecutable offense. If you want a free drink, go to the Oasis.
Feeling parched.
Yeah.
Can you stop for a drink of water?
Right, He10. Yeah, here we go.
You, stop.
This well is
Calm your
property of the
beard.
Camera and Profiteur Merchantry. Unauthorized withdrawals are strictly prohibited.
I think that's Colonel Campbell from Metal Gear Solid. What's his name? The voice actor's name is escaping me. He's in a lot of stuff though.
Withdrawals? There are people out here going thirsty.
No, there are peasants going thirsty. If you want a free drink so badly, go join the other rabble at the Oasis.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw Space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey Rock. I need scissors. 61. You should play Metal Gear Solid 2 if you haven't before. You should play the whole Metal Gear Solid series if you haven't played it before. Even if you fancy yourself like an RPG fan and that's why you're tuned into Bravely Default, you're like, I don't really care about like American nuclear stealth games. It doesn't sound like it's up my alley. It's actually up your alley, you just don't realize it. I thought that I wouldn't like stealth games and I didn't really care for the setting, but it's so like quirky and weird because Hideo Kojima is such a weird guy. And Fourth Wall Breaky, I think, is my favorite. It sounds like him and Guillermo del Toro are going to make Schmilent Schmills. He's not with Konami anymore, so he can't make Silent Hills, but they can make a horror game that's basically the same thing, in all but name. We will do that series on stream eventually. Actually, watching Heat10 Style play it kind of got me hyped to get to it. I think I want to play Souls first, though. I'm a bit more excited about doing that. And maybe we'll bring in Metal Gear after that. Heard a cool idea in Discord about auctioning the franchise, like, not just for sphere points. But I think I'm going to keep Focus Day as a way for me to inject whatever like series I feel like playing outside of voting. I guess if I were to give like a set of games that I would be very equally happy with, like Castlevania, Mega Man, Metal Gear, would probably be fine. And here he is. Thank you very much for the follow, and welcome. It's good to have you. Yeah. Final Fantasy has a religion. You can wage all your money that they're not the good guys. This is a Japanese fiction thing. I think that's increasingly becoming true in Western stuff too. I'm trying to think of like a TV show or a Western game that has a totally benevolent religious sect in it. That's not like religious propaganda from the outset. I remember being pretty surprised. Oh god, Interstellar spoilers. So cover your ears for a sec. I'm not going to talk about it at great length. But I was very, very pleased that they didn't go the route of 2001: A Space Odyssey with some of the specific characters featured in Interstellar. Even though you're led to believe the whole time that they're going to go that route. That to me is kind of the same trope as the religions are always evil trope. The AI is always evil thing is super irritating to me. I like seeing it go in the other direction. I think that's gonna be cool. Before we sign off, somebody remind me when I say, okay, we're wrapping up in about 45 minutes or so, to go back into my town and make sure that everybody's allocated in a way that's not stupid. Knowing that we have about 48 hours wait. Haven't played Invisible Ink, no. You're kind to say so, Zero. Thank you. I don't have the radio thing going on. That's Galactic Kodiak. You should check out his channel. But at least try to keep it quiet and soothing. I tried to do silly voices once for a game that had bad voice acting, and it was very negatively received.
What's wrong?
Thieves! I've been robbed!
What?
You were talking about the Final Fantasy XIV stories, right?
They took my water, my pack, even the camel I rode in on. They took everything. That man from the merchantry didn't say anything about this. He told me to come here,
said it was safe.
I thirst for stories about benevolent AI. I really, really liked the Animatrix. And I was surprised that the other two Matrix sequels went in the like opposite direction, because the Animatrix implies this sort of benevolent situation that's misunderstood by humanity. I thought it was great.
How am I supposed to survive if I have to risk my life every time I need water?
Oh yeah, no. I guess I meant to include the modifier like modern, so it was released in the last 20 years. But yeah, no, you're right. Lord of the Rings.
Do you know where these thieves are now?
The religion is totally positive.
They're right behind you.
Let's see. 2, 4, 6, maybe 40 in all. That's quite the little band they've assembled.
We'll take care of this, sir. You go ahead. Get out of here.
And if you worship Morgoth, like, you were a bad guy from the beginning. It wasn't like you were worshipping Fancy Pants Butterfly Queen who's secretly Morgoth. Like, no, you're worshipping the Prince of Darkness. He's not a good guy in Tolkien's story. But Tolkien is a very black and white morality.
Hey, just what are you doing? Letting a good mark go?
Yeah, me neither, He-Ten. This guy's got familiar equipment.
Do as you please.
I would start with Dragon Quest VIII, Goomba. I think that's a really good intro to the series. It's a bit hardcore as JRPGs go. You might not want to boot up Dragon Quest VIII right after playing Bravely Second, because you're going to be sacrificing all of the very nice JRPG innovations that come with this series. But it's got a really cool story, it's a very pretty soundtrack, it has good graphics, it's got fun gameplay, but it's like NES hard.
What's this then? Who are they?
There's a
I've got no word of this lot.
basic expectation of grinding in Dragon Quest, and they don't make it easy on you.
Leave it out, it's too hot for this. Change of plans, boys. We're done here.
Yeah, right, Manok. They're like the deist.
Wait!
They didn't give a shit.
Thieving works then? I'm cross enough already. And to heck with this thirst. The needles in my throat are driving me mad. I need a drink. This anger won't leave me till
This guy's one-dimensional character trait is that he's thirsty. No, he has other traits.
I said wait!
Stop this. I feel the same, but there are too many. We can't take them head on.
Narende, I'm good. I'm gonna skip those conversations, because it was like, hey, Narende's getting better. Yep, sure is. What's your plan to do next? Build up Narende some more? Cool, build up that Narende. Will do. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I'm excited to play 12 again on stream. I beat 12 in, like, a weekend. I bought it the day that it came out. I, like, waited in line and got it at midnight. I scheduled time off of work and just played it nonstop until I beat it, and I haven't played it since, so I remember very little from it. But I remember some of the trope subversion in that game is very good. There's one particular thing about Final Fantasy that it turns upside down that I thought was brilliant, and I'm really glad that they went that direction. I usually don't consider it when I like talk about Bravely Default's the best Final Fantasy since 10. Because it's different. It feels like it's a tactics game in a lot of ways. I haven't seen Psycho Pass. What's that, Leon? That one hasn't crossed my desk. His Dark Materials is good. There's a trilogy that I felt... Phil Pullman did the... I guess also relevant talking about, like, evil religions, right? You should read Dark Materials if you haven't read The Golden Compass, Subtle Knife. You might know Golden Compass as Northern Lights if you're in the EU. Anyway, what I was getting at, though, is that the author had this idea that clearly could have spanned, like, 20 books, and in my mind I was thinking about it spanning 20 books. But unlike George R.R. Martin, and unlike Patrick Rothfuss with the Kingkiller Chronicles, he was like, you know what, I'm actually going to wrap it up in 3. So it definitely feels like the story's just kind of done in the 3rd book, when you expect that it may have gone on significantly longer if they let it. So that was a bummer. I really enjoyed the story and wanted it to last longer than it did. That's awesome, Kami. I love Golden Compass is great. It's such a cool story. I really like the universe a lot. Oh. Right, I follow you, Leon. We're gonna shut off random encounters for a little bit. Explore this dungeon to the maximum, and then we'll turn it back on. Yeah, yikes. Remind me, what's up with Psychopaths? Did I miss... Are you talking pretty dumb at times in the way that, what is it? Oh, Ring a Bell doesn't have it yet, does he? Hold on one sec. See how close he is. We need to step out and grind him a little bit further. Oh, he does have it. Oh, okay. Well. Oh shit, but he also has Divining Rod. Alright, well, we'll have to switch between them. I guess I would change that. I'd let him have access to everything for his current job. Still one chest remaining. Dungeon Master makes it so that you don't take damage from traps and shit. And it suddenly occurred to me that there are traps in this dungeon, I remember from my last playthrough. I do not know Gian Urabuchi. I see, Leon. Ah, that would drive me crazy, Serp. All for one pig. So that is a troll chest that's meant to teach you about the trap mechanic in the dungeon. If I didn't have Dungeon Master equipped, the sand trap would have blinded me. So there's a show called Scandal that we're friends with some people that are really into it. I hate that show because it violates the show don't tell principle on so many levels. Like, it's constantly whacking you over the head like you're some kind of idiot. And you have to be careful. Like we were talking about earlier, it's a balance you have to strike. If you're too subtle, you'll lose your viewer base, your player base, you'll lose your audience. So you have to find the right balance between subtlety and like whacking people over the head. But I definitely like my fiction best when it presumes that the audience is smart and can figure shit out and doesn't need to have their hand held. And there's remarkably little fiction that does that well, I think. Cynical and real stories. Oh, really? Kami? Oh, it's such a bummer. Yeah, it's not even a thing where it's like, for a long time there, it was just, oh, if I notice that someone does show don't tell, I'll appreciate it, but that won't be my standard for enjoyment. But these days, like, if something really assumes that the audience is stupid, it bugs me really badly. Oh my god, let me figure it out, show. What's a recent example? I'm trying to think of a movie, TV show that I've watched recently. Let's see what that clothespin I got does. Clothespin. Nullify sleep. Okay. Don't know if that's gonna be a problem anytime soon. Okay, let's see. Are there any more chests on this level? Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue. There's some TV show or movie that I've watched recently. Maybe it was Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is generally a good show. Like, it's helmed by Joss Whedon and Jed Whedon, and they all do a really good job with it, but there was one part where they wanted us to believe something. Oh, I know what it was. So there's this part in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., spoiler alert for the show, it's like 3rd season. They go to an alien planet, right? And they want to tell the audience outright that this being that lives on this alien planet caused it to become completely desolate. Like, it used to be a garden world and now it's desolate. But they have no evidence for that. There is nothing, like, that might be what their headcanon is as the writers, but there's nothing on the planet to just show that to the characters. So one of the characters just randomly intuits that might be the case, and then they state it to the audience as though it were a fact. And it's like, man, just let me guess that. Like, wouldn't that be better to have like people on forums on the internet trying to figure out, oh man, why is that planet so desolate? Oh, maybe it's this being that made it that way. No, they have to... Some of the writers had this idea behind the scenes, and they were too excited, is really what happened. They couldn't keep it to themselves. They had to let it out. And I know that feeling. Like, I've done that for Dungeons and Dragons. Like, you have this cool reveal for your story, and you want your players to figure it out, and you want them to figure it out through show don't tell storytelling, and when they miss it, oh my god, you just want them to know this cool thing. But I think you have to show restraint and be like, sometimes it's going to go over their heads, and that's okay. They don't need to figure everything out. Yeah, Skyward Sword has an almost offensive example of tell don't show. Alright, 5 chests, okay. There might be a secret tunnel in this area. I love this song. I've listened to this song on repeat for hours, and have. It's worth it for this build up here every time. That's a cool place to put the secret chest. It's a natural area you would explore. Thief's Knife. I think... What does Thief's Knife do? I'll have to find out. Dagger with the Mug ability. Alright. Love myself some Mug. I think it's free too. Like, you have to use it as an item, if I recall. They brought that back. That's an old Final Fantasy mechanic. That's like FF4 and prior. You get a rod that you can use to cast a spell. It was one of those where I played Final Fantasy IV like 6 times as a kid and didn't know that I could do that, and was so irritated when I found out that I could have been doing it the whole time. It greatly improved the usability of a lot of the shit you find. Thief Gloves, I believe, increase the steal chance. We can probably switch him. I wonder what we're gonna find in this dungeon. Iron bow. I remember being a bow in this game that was pretty strong. It might be this bow. And it takes a while for you to replace it. There's not like row in this game like some of the Final Fantasy titles. I don't know if you get some other less obvious bonus for being in the back row. No, I guess not. It could be cool if they like gave you a defense bonus in lieu of having row, because it effectively does the same thing. Yeah, right, Goomba. Hey Wilson, how you doing? Long time no talk, how you been? Oh, they're strong because they're two-handers? Oh, okay, I didn't appreciate that. Makes sense. Only gets worse from here on in, which I learned care of. Goomba means, hey, there's a boss fight in this room. You should probably pay attention. Strength and agility. It's pretty good. I think agility gets shown as a stat on that screen. Ah, oh shit. I need to start looking at this second page. There might be like weapons and shit that increase my stats. That's a not insignificant upgrade. I mean, it's like 150% from some of my shittier characters. Let them act a little bit sooner. We'll worry about it later, though. Don't have the gold to throw away on it right now. Hey, Lonely Soli. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. How is your Monday treating you? Oh, this map is really pretty looking. Like it. Usually the same as when you two-hand a one-hander. Gotcha. Aw, hell no. What's up, dog?
What's this now? The ones from the Oasis, is it? You're the rats sneaking about the place?
That's us.
Why do you persist in these awful deeds? You must return the articles you stole!
So Anya's is similar to Yuna. She's also fairly breathy, but she doesn't pause all the time like Hetty Burris does in her Yuna performance. And I believe that's because Yuna was being, or Hetty Burris was being directed to try to match the mouth flaps in Final Fantasy X, which is why her delivery is so halting and weird. But you don't have that problem with trying to match the lips in Bravely Default. I think they just keep moving while the person's talking.
Be a friend.
Yeah, so long as the text is open, their mouth is moving.
And what? Don't tell me you came all this way just to vomit a few platitudes out on my floor.
Well, it's good to see you again, Wilson.
This place is nothing but sand and hypocrites. Drives a man mad.
I guess I'm more contrasting her with Yuna. I mean, she's also like important religious figure that grew up surrounded with it, with a duty that she's fulfilling despite
All the water in the desert can't dull their edge.
personal peril.
The people you robbed at the oasis were thirsty too.
No, I like
They
Yuna a lot. I
risked their lives to
don't.
get at that water, and you.
Spare me the lecture. You come to convert me? Set me on the straight and narrow? Teach me to follow the rules, be a good little sheep, live an honest life?
Oh, it just gets better. Have you played this one, Wilson?
Here, honest lives end quick. The desert's a beast.
This game's
and it's
soundtrack
always
is
hungry.
quite swell.
The city's no different. There are only two kinds of folk in this world, make no mistake. The takers and the taken from.
There are 10 kinds of people in this world. People who understand binary and people who don't.
My worthless parents were easy marks, textbook victims, and still, they grit their teeth and tried hard as they could to get through each day.
There are 7 kinds of people in this world. People who can count and people who can't.
Till the day came they couldn't feed a family of 3, so they cut loose their kid and
Oh,
disappeared.
I don't mind at all. I guess it depends on the level of reuse, but like Mass Effect 3, Jack Wall, the composer, was like, I can't put out any more creative content. I blew my creative load on Mass Effect 1 and 2, and if I tried to make more, it would be bad. So rather than say, okay, well, we're going to bring in a new composer and fuck shit up, they're like, that's fine, we've got tons of great music, let's repurpose a lot of it for Mass Effect 3, and then bring on a couple other composers to do a few key new songs for important events. I thought that was a wonderful solution. Asset reuse, I don't know, I would rather play a new game. Like, if the thing keeping me from getting a new game is that they need to make all the assets from scratch, just make me another one. I really like that about like the Ocarina of Time Master Quest, and particularly Majora's Mask has a lot of reused assets from Ocarina, and I think that Majora's Mask is an amazing game.
The city
Let them
just
turn
took
around
and
much more
took till
quickly.
They had nothing left. Their own brat became a burden, so they dumped him like a bag of sand.
Oh, you never heard the binary joke before, Goomba? I knew someone had a t-shirt that said that.
Daft, eh? Absolutely stupid. If surviving means pinching from other folk, I'll happily join the team.
Yeah, this thief guy is
Are you
feel
sure
bad about
they
him.
left because you were a burden to them? Maybe they swallowed their tears and left you in the city in hopes that you, at least, could find happiness there.
Yeah, I thought that was a lot of integrity in Jack Wall to say, you know what, I've done everything I could for you with Mass Effect 1 and 2. If I tried to do it again on your time frame, I wouldn't be able to make a quality soundtrack. So they said, okay.
Aye, or maybe they left me because they didn't have the guts to kill me themselves. You don't know a stinking thing about them.
You're right. I don't know their reasons. But they do.
Hmm.
If they're still alive, you can go and ask them.
Reused assets in the same game. I guess I was talking more about like models and BGM. I'm less excited about games that within this, and I'm talking about like in sequels, but I'm less enthused when within the same game they reuse stuff. There's room to do it right. An example of it being done well, I think, is the forest area in Skyward Sword. You revisit there, but when you revisit, it's flooded with water, so the experience of the level was completely different. So that's cool. They were able to reuse their asset of this giant forest map, but you experience it in a very different way. A very bad example, the worst, I think, of my experience is Silent Hill 4, which is where you play through the game and it's great and it's super spooky and scary and holy shit, and it's like maybe half as long as the other Silent Hill games, but that's fine, I'm ready for it to be done. And then they make you go back to all the maps again, and they're exactly the same, except now there's this immortal asshole who chases you around the whole time, and it's awful. And it just feels like padding, and I don't like that.
You can track
But if
them
they,
down.
the Majora's Mask way of doing it, if we're just going to take all of these models that we already went to the trouble of creating, and a lot of the music that we went to the trouble of making for Ocarina of Time, and repurpose it in an entirely different way, that's fine with me. I think that that's even often a good thing that lets them work within their restrictions.
Scream and fight as long as you like, as long as it takes. You can work on forgiving them. But you haven't done any
Yeah,
of
that's a good
that.
one too.
You've stayed here sulking and festering all your life. That's far dafter to me.
My throat.
Hmm.
This accursed thirst. It's worse than ever. You. This is your fault.
Like, Mario: The Lost Levels is it completely reuses assets from Mario 1. This is the Mario 2 JP. I think that's a good game.
Self-righteous little lambs make me sick. I'll take everything. Everything from you. Oi, Chief! Kent, get your horns in here.
Yeah, let's think of it that way. It's very much dependent on the nature of the content. I think you nailed the word there, Spiky. Filler. If it feels like it's filler, then it's not okay. Nothing about Majora's Mask feels like filler to me.
Onslaugh's hypocrisy. I want them stripped to the bone.
Poison mushroom.
I care nothing
Thanks,
for your reason,
Lost
and
Levels.
still less for your ideals. My assistance hinges only on the weight of your coin.
You guys have seen the Donkey video where he plays Lost Levels, right? It's pretty great if you haven't.
She's heavy enough. You'll have your pay.
Then we've a contract, and you will have your money's worth.
All right. We're gonna try to steal from these guys. I don't know if it lets us this early, but give it a shot. Ow. Jerk. They weren't carrying anything. Thief might not be either, because we're technically not supposed to have steal yet, but I don't know if they counted on us having this extra item here. Holy shit. That dude is not screwing around. Good lord. Okay, we're gonna do a Phoenix down and then a cure. Have everybody else. Oh, we can't. Shit. I need to switch him out for white magic next time. Oh, my potion! Man, I didn't even try to hear that. Okay, I'm expecting the Jackal doesn't have anything to steal, but I need to try to find out. Steal my potions. Okay, cool. We're fine. Alright, damage time. Stop. Powerful attack with no defense. Black magic. Either of them weak against any kind of magic, any kind of status effects. Probably not. I'm doing an examine on the two of them. Let's see, what's he sitting on? Treat himself. Tatami Galaxy. Oh, he leaves. I remember him leaving when you did damage, but I didn't realize that he doesn't care who you deal it to. Family human. Weak against nothing. I see, that makes me take damage for the next turn. You're gonna heal. You're probably not gonna do anything with this right now. No. Do a default here. Ow, ow. Thunder is pretty good. Yeah, it's worth it, Heat 10, it's very funny. Super Mario 2. Greatest game. Goomba. Yeah, I remember you were in here talking about it, and you're getting me all excited for the next one. I'm really excited to play Bravely Second when it comes out. I think we'll be ready for it. I think that we're on a good trajectory to finish it. We have now... I'm gonna have a week off next week, but then I'll have another week in the end of March, potentially, and then 2 more weeks. So we can always do a last-minute push if we're close, but not quite. Idea's healing, right? Have him some damage potentially. High evasion thief. Sword magic silence. Lucky. Tiz, I think, is immune to silence right now. There we go. Full party heal. Great. You keep doing that. You do that, and you do that. Let's see what happens. That's fine. That's less fine. Oh, man. 500 health potion? I think it's a total amount of damage dealt, though. Okay. Well... Echo herbs. Tiz, we're gonna have to just do a shit ton of damage here. Guessing that he ignores the healing when deciding whether he leaves or not. Default you again, and you will use a potion on yourself. Huge threat. Yeah, no kidding. I think we'll be okay. Tiz is immune to it, but I forgot to equip him with white magic, was my fatal error. Ow. It's okay that she's silenced. Almost preferable. %. Sure. Yeah, Drain Sword's pretty hot. I do like Spell Fencer. He doesn't do a terribly great amount of damage. That's okay. Holy god. Critical hit. Yikes. Maybe I shouldn't have Ring a Bell attack. Maybe I should put him on heal duty. Alright, big part of FF4 and Chocobo's Dungeon. How are the Chocobo Dungeon games? I've never played them before. I've heard things. Damn it, Ring a Bell. That's a bad Ring a Bell. Keep them on ×4. Ring a Bell. You go ahead and use a regular potion on Anyas. Sword Magic Flame. I wonder if he actually uses the potions he steals from us, if that's like what prompts him to use them on his turn. Hasn't left yet. Haven't taken any damage, so we can safely do one of these guys. But what would we do? I guess treat himself. Eat some damage next turn. Ow. Good god. Probably don't want Adia doing that. She doesn't really help that much. Whew. That was really close to being really, really bad. Okay, and then Ring a Bell, you're gonna use a potion. Lord, you're gonna use a potion. Nice default. The Wii game is very cute. Andrea probably would like it. She really likes Chocobos. Seen her response to the fat Chocobo in Final Fantasy XIV. I haven't shown her that in a while, but it always makes her squeal with delight. It's kind of adorable. He's almost out of MP, isn't he? Let's see if this is enough. I'm just trying to get Kit to flee. Ow.
My
contract ends here. I'll take my leave.
What?
What?
See, I don't understand.
There are 3 fat chocobos? Oh, she'll be so happy.
Odds are poor, and I don't take poor clients.
Go then!
I showed her that with the cake night. Oh man, I'm pretty sure that there's a. If you go back and watch through the, what is it, 200 friggin' hours of Final Fantasy 14 playthrough on Twitch, you'll see the one where she first sees the fat chocobo and the one where she sees it fly for the first time. But her reaction is the same every time. She squeals with delight. Makes her so happy. Man, keep potioning yourself, dude. That's rude. I love Crystal Chronicles, actually, Menok. It's a game that I know people who dislike it because they only ever played it single player. I don't think I know anyone who played it with a full group and played it all the way through and disliked it. I think it's really shines if you can play it with friends. Can we change? I think it said the Iron Knuckles were the best. Let's do. Oh, you could do that without. Shit! Today I didn't realize that you could equip an item without using up a turn. That's a pretty big deal. Start doing that. See how much damage he does, though. Oh god, keep potioning yourself. It didn't really make a lot of difference in how much damage I'm doing. I'm gonna have to end up throwing a ether. Traitor. Using ethers. What's wrong with me? Could always give in at some point. Does he have a? Does someone know? Does he have a finite number of potions? Crystal Bearers, is that the... I've did Ring of Fates, and I've done Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube. Was there another one? I don't think I recognized Crystal Bearers. Alright, let's throw the kitchen sink at him. I'm curious if any of these actually land. Let's not throw sleep just yet. Steals more if he runs out, I see. It said mist, not guard, so I think he might be able to be poisonable. Play around with it. Whenever Tiz goes, he undoes his potion healing, but it's not quite going to cut it on its own, I don't think. God, who's potion? Worst case, I can summon a friend and just wreck him in one hit. Some of these are pretty bad. Let's use one of the ones that's a little bit weaker. Yeah, this is around our level. I think it's reasonable. Let's build up everybody's turns though with default. Let's get everybody at least out of the hole, and then we'll summon the weaker character. Alright. 1012 damage. Go! Person who I've played Smash with. You got this. So I had a fight with a bard in my Dungeons and Dragons game, and I used these songs to I put all 4 of them. I put them together in Audacity and ran it on repeat. And then whenever the song would change, it would change what abilities the bard was using. It worked. It had to have to tweak it if I were to use a mechanic like that again in the future. See how much damage we can land here. We only ended up doing like 300 with the summon. Yeah, we need more of a boost. They should get a chance to go again soon. poison hasn't really been landing though, unfortunately. Yeah, I love the special move music. It's great. Great. Don't use a potion, you dick. Hey, we got that off right before the song ran out. Let's do this. Not gonna be able to cast the last one. Try casting poison. We're on the round of 4, and then we'll throw a ether on the Tiz. Send a Dia on heal duty. Yeah, I hear you, Mega Man. It hasn't been landing. Alright, ether for Tiz. Oops. 2-1. And then a party heal. I do have a, man, this is getting irritating and I just want to win backup plan of summoning D-Rock. I think I can probably get D-Rock to pop back in and send me his super move for when we play again on Wednesday. I need to. Do we want to do some potions? Actually, let's have Ring-a-Bell do the ether. We'll have her heal twice instead. And ether on Tib. Sounds good. Shit. Oh, we have him a little bit higher than that. Oh, 2 potions. Yeah, I think he just has unlimited potions. I'm gonna summon D-Rock. Or no, I'll summon Flarewing. Hey, Flarewing. Do you have your 3DS sitting around? You wanna resend me that move? Defend everybody else. I think you just have to sign in and go to update data and it refreshes it. Sonic Wave. Ow! KO.
Fitting end.
Yeah, my only character who can do a reasonable amount of damage is Tiz in that party, unfortunately. GG. Summon Flarewing is basically Knights the Round. I had a bad job combo. If I had had 4 black mages, it would have been fine. That's what I would have done if I hadn't have summoned. I would have backed out and... Because, like, Ring-a-Bell was doing 20 damage per hit on a good hit. Agnes as a monk was doing like 30 damage per hit on a good hit. And he would use a potion for 500. So my black mage could do like 600.
Where? Ow. Where? First try.
Alright. Thief, asterisk, hype. Oh no, you don't need Flarewing. I'm probably gonna be quitting here soon. But it'll be by next Wednesday if you could sign in and resend me your super move. I mean, this boss fight's getting annoying and he's healing himself too much. I need to summon Flarewing to come save the day.
Stunning.
Here you got called Measly. Raising the price of water an additional 20% beginning 14 days ago. Streets are full of people too poor to afford it. The sense of panic grows by the hour. Self-righteous fool of a prime minister comes to demand the price be lowered day after day. It will not be long now until the masses reach their limit. The poor will have no choice but to go to the oasis. That's where you'll wait, armed and ready, steal everything, and above all else, do not let them hit the water. The task is to ensure all of Ansheim is terrified of the oasis. Give them a welcome they will never forget. Keep your mouth shut. No one must know of our collaboration. If you're found out, the deal is off. Your head will be next. Oh, Profiteur.
Then...
Merchant asshole.
Thieves were under the employ of the Cammer and Profiteur merchantry.
And the people suffering? Did it mean nothing to them so long as they reaped a profit? Despicable!
Despicable.
Seems I found another entry for my blackest pitch list.
Right, Knight.
This is unforgivable. We have to stop them!
I think that was my favorite thing about all of Heaven's Word. That was a really good payoff. It took us a long time to get to it, but the Thornton fight, especially if you've watched the Final Fantasy VII Knights of the Round summon, you know, 100 times, it's pretty sweet.
and set this matter straight right now.
The knight that stood out for me is the one that like brings down his hammer and there's like this big ice block effect for whatever reason that always stuck in my memory when I played FF7. Bum bum. I think that's going to be a good stopping point. Let me check and make sure. I don't think there's anything else to find in here, despite it being a room full of treasure. Dia, jeez. There's a blue chest in here that I can't open, but I think I have a teleport stone. I do. Although they're not really necessary to use since you can turn off encounters and just walk out. But I'll take it. Caps at 1,000,000 -1. It's not bad. Hey, there's another side quest. We'll be able to pick up with that next time. Alright, rainbow dress. And I'm remembering to go back to the town and assign people. Just want to set it up so that stuff will be ready by Wednesday. So that'll be good. Reduce it by 1 actually. That'll be more than done. Lambent hat? Oh, can I do this? Okay, that should be fine. 34 hours is good. 8 hours. This all looks great. Sounds good. Oh man. We should make it happen, Flarewing. We just need Hapax's travel schedule to chill out, and then we can do some Orchestrion farming in Final Fantasy XIV. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I had a lot of fun playing some Bravely Default. Let me give you an update on what's coming up on the schedule for the rest of the week here. 1 sec. No one's playing Bravely Default, I presume. Yeah, I presume correctly. I imagine not a lot of people stream this game. Here. Ben is getting anxious for food. Right, so tomorrow we're playing Shenmue, continuing the playthrough of that game, having a lot of fun with it so far. Wednesday is going to be Super Mario Maker and some more Bravely Default. Thursday will be Bravely Default, and then Friday is Pillars of Eternity. We're doing some sub-block on Thursday, bringing in some more games. You can check the schedule to see what we're doing. It's going to be an extended block with Bravely Default running through to 8 o'clock. I'm looking for somebody to throw a host to now. 1 sec. Enders community. Hey, it's Lauren07's 1-year stream anniversary, and she's doing Ocarina of Time. Go over there. If you haven't given her a follow yet, throw her a follow, say hello, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some Shenmue. I see. Elder Respect Hype. Good night, everybody.